Okay, it's like a minute to get started. I don't think I can make chat, excuse me, look any better. Ah, god damn. This is why I shouldn't have a sip right before I start talking. Hey yo. Goddamn. Chat looks weird. I don't know how to get it to not be transparent, but motherfucker. Wait, on your end, the text is actually legible on stream? Cause like, goddamn. On my end, it looks bad. It looks transparent, like the lettering itself. Oh wait, no, that's behind me. Chat over me. Yeah, like. It it looks like it's not working right for me, but I guess it is. So, how's your Saturday? Ah, come here, headphones. Got my hand tracking going back again. Or getting it going again. I need more weed in my system. It's pretty clear. Just got back from the park. Nice. It's swimming. I miss swimming. Ah. Where's my goddamn. There. I don't want to see top messages. I don't want to listen to myself either. Shut up, me. I don't want to listen to me. I just want to be able to watch chat. Okay, what am I going to get started with? Oh yeah, self-love, self-care. Oh goddamn, a water park with no lines. I'm pretty jelly. There's a lot of people that really get into their self-depreciating humor. They, I find it funny sometimes. A lot of the time, it's honestly kind of a turnoff for me. Just it gets boring at the end of the day. It's at least for me. And I've kind of made the argument sometimes of like to love yourself ironically, but I don't think I've ever really gone into detail with that argument. So let's see if this video can really help me raise myself a little better. I'm going to be checking out this 4-minute video, Love Yourself Ironically. Bethany Levy, I think they pronounce it. Let's see what they have to say. And let's hope it's not too bad on my end. Oh crap, I forgot.
It's been said before, and I'm sure said better than I can phrase it, but really, if you like making I'm going to kill myself jokes, please try switching to being ironically conceited instead. Anytime something goes wrong, say things like, "Ah, well, at least I'm beautiful and charming and everyone loves me." When you forget something, try, "My big huge brain is so smart and thinking about too many other very big wizardly thoughts you wouldn't even understand." When you're frustrated by one of your symptoms, start talking like you're in My Immortal. "Life has come for me, but my eyes are beautiful pools of gorgeous fire and my hair is amazing. I stuck my middle finger up at life and told it to fuck off, and it did." Just try it for a month or two. Try saying the most absurdly self-congratulatory shit you can think of. I know it's tempting to make suicide or self-harm jokes, and for me, at least a decade ago, when someone suggested I stop making those kinds of jokes, I was kind of at a loss for what to replace them with. I wanted to make light of these moments, but genuinely, at the time, my first thought really was suicidal ideation. There was a part of
That is something that a lot of people struggle with, especially in this trying times post COVID, that they feel that suicidal ideation. They don't really know what to replace it with. So going into the, ironic self-congratulatory thing, at least it's something to replace it with. I assume it'll plant the seeds of, like, starting to see yourself in a little bit better of a light. It's kind of what you want at the end of the day. You want to be able to lift people out of these kinds of struggling times, and you don't really lift yourself out of anything by just stewing in it, staying in the same spot, making the same joke over and over.
me that even felt like I was kind of making light of that voice. That if I could say, "I want to die, lol," it would help to take the sting out of that genuine, albeit passive, desire. Like I could turn my illness into a joke.
For me, I see it actually a little differently. The taking the sting out of that genuine, albeit passive desire, it's really more of to use humor to convey actual problems. That's the way I tend to use that kind of humor. Though I don't really make those jokes on stream. It's really more of I like to make those around friends that they know I'm not actually at risk, but, like, I need to convey I'm struggling somehow.
When I start complimenting myself instead, it felt awkward and stupid. It felt
Well,
really, really ironic. What I was actually saying was nobody would ever think this stuff about me. That's what makes it so fucking funny. But
yeah, like guys just randomly calling themselves a Chad. Or like ironically, I'm such a Giga Chad over this ping pong tournament or whatever it is. It honestly doesn't matter. You start small and then it builds and builds and builds, and then you slowly start seeing yourself a little differently. That's kind of what happened with me.
the effect was immediate. First thing I noticed was the people around me. When I dropped a glass and said, "Ah, my skin is too beautiful and sleek, the glass has swooned and broken for me," other people were suddenly overjoyed to jump in with the joke. Rather than making an awkward moment, we'd both start cracking up. "Ah, Princess Sleek Hands, I've heard of you." I was 19. I hadn't noticed.
Interesting. Even if that's anecdotal, here's some situation where you could have totally, "Oh, I'm such a klutz, whatever, haha, lol," and then it just kind of hangs there awkwardly. But you make it about uplifting somebody, and people are more likely to jump in. We are social creatures, after all.
I'd been making others tense when I said I want it all to end. I know now that it's incredibly hard to know how to walk that moment. Do you talk to them about your concern? Do you potentially make them uncomfortable by asking if they're okay? Do you ignore the situation? Do you help them pick up the glass, or do they need to do it by themselves? Are they genuinely made suicidal over the small moment? And most importantly, how do you, without professional training or supplies, actually help? Most people
Yeah, there's so many things just run through your head, as explained right there. That how are people supposed to actually respond to self-depreciating humor besides some sort of awkward, forced response, unless you're actually kind of, hanging out with people that actually are okay with actually making fun of you and actually looking at you in that light. You might want to reassess your friends then.
People want to help you pick up the glass in your life. They just have no fucking idea how to do it. They don't want to make anything worse. They don't want to make assumptions about you. They love you. They're scared for you. And being scared makes people kind of freeze up. It's not because they don't love you. It's because they do. Now when something bad happens, my first thought is,
Yeah, like literally, people do enjoy helping each other. They enjoy lifting each other up. But when it's made to, or when your response is to self depreciate yourself, it makes it so much harder for us to be able to, even attempt to try to reach you in some way.
how can I make a stupid joke about this? It isn't my brain saying, you're a dumb fucking bitch. I spend more time laughing. I spend more time being gentle with myself. I spend more time feeling good. And the thing is, what's kind of funny is that you'd be surprised by how many people agree with you. The first time I said, I'm too pretty to understand that, someone else said, to be fair, you're the prettiest person in this room. I promise, you really don't know how kindly your friends see you, but they
That is a solid point. A lot of people just assume that they know what everybody else is thinking. And they just kind of roll with what's in their heads. I don't know what that is actually referring to, Tiberius. But if you can put me on the trail for that, I would be interested in reading that out. Or looking into that in the future. But yeah, a lot of people just assume they know what their friends are thinking about them and just, jump to the conclusions and assume nobody's going to actually play in with those jokes, so to speak. Isn't it Iron Pick? I have no idea.
love you for a reason. They sort of reverse Velveteen Rabbit you. Your weird and ugly spots fade away and you just become the love they want to give you. Go love yourself ironically. The worst thing that happens is that you end up tricking your reflection into actually loving you.
That is kind of what happened with me. Like, I joke, or I made jokes that, I'm hotter than you, or that kind of stuff. And then, like, as time goes on, I'm proven right. The people, the people that actually depreciate me don't show their own faces, so, I mean, I win. Isn't that how it goes? But, yeah, what's the worst that actually does happen if you make positive, ironic jokes about yourself? You might, yeah, trick your reflection into liking you. But what's the worst that happens with self depreciating jokes? You kind of run into a same vicious cycle, so to speak, of seeing yourself in that negative light. And then that's just where you end up staying. You can't get out of that. Not very easily, anyways. Oh, okay, that was the end of that. Good video. Wonder what else they have. Yeah, what a fun subject to start the stream off of. I there's not much more to add to that one. Though we can move on to something a little more fun, a little more upbeat. Let's talk about Is this basically gaslighting yourself in a good way until you ain't gaslighting anymore? Yeah, it's exactly that. You gaslight yourself into thinking positive. You gaslight yourself into seeing yourself the way your friends actually see you instead of what you think they see you like. I really should have. I really should have covered this like 2 weeks ago when it came out, or no? Oh god damn! No, I didn't even have time. I'm first back now. Anyways, there are small VTuber awards going on right now. The voting is still open for another 5 days on July 20th. The votes close. And we have the nominations for who's actually going to be getting the rewards. Or the awards, I should say. Petri the Pectoral is hosting the Hidden Gem Small VTuber Awards, and currently it is in the voting phase of nominated VTubers. There were over 3,000 entries for different VTubers to receive the awards. Right now, the voting is currently open. I will actually share the link with you in case anybody hasn't submitted their votes. But pretty much, I don't know all of these people that were entered. I don't know all the people nominated. I know some of them. But let's go through who our nominations are. Do you guys know them? Let's find out. First category is most likely to get Twitch partner. We got Atera Nox, Blue Bite Sora, Mini Mali. I'm going to guess I said that right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cassie VT, Nico Mickey, and VTuber Okuna. They're all tagged in the picture as well. So if you want to find their Twitter, you can find them in that thread I dropped below, and that will be in the description of the video. Best V. Oh, I can actually click on this to bring up. Hey, cool. I like their designs. Anyways, next is actually the best VTuber design, going for Devil A Achi. Interesting. That's actually a poppin' design. Pingu VT, which super duper cute penguin. Atlas Anarchy, who's got an interesting design there. Echo Gummy, wow. Very colorful. I love the colorful designs. As VT, I believe it's pronounced. I don't actually know. And Aurora McQuee. I hope I pronounced that right. A lot of deserving VTubers. Next up is the Trendsetter category. The nominations being Beelzebella, Rainbow Sparkles, Darlene, Autumn Mozilla, Mavis de Luna, and Virtuoso Linux. Virtuoso Links. Ha! And then in the best YouTube streamer VTuber, we have Senna Bonbon, Freya Baragota, I hope Baragata, I don't know, Cozy Chew, super cute, Stories of Stars, Remy the Dream Fox, and Hasco Fox. I gotta find out, I gotta follow these people more. And then coming up is the best VTuber artist. Nominations for Doski Lee, Cavix, Wolfie the Medic, Cherryu, Liamori, and Roxoa. A lot of talented artists, deserving of recognition. Next up is the most chaotic gremlin. We have nominations for Larmji, Dame Rika, Rinrin, Mother VTuber, I actually know her, Moraxi Astraria, I hope I pronounced that right, and Angelic Honey. A lot of gremlins worth looking into. And then here we have the best lewd tuber. Nominated are Mrs. Mummy. I've done art with her. Poison Ivy VT. Thorn Gorgon. Lady Mystique. Death Blooms. And Elone? I hope I pronounced that right. I'm probably butchering it. I'm so sorry if I butcher your names. In the following category, we have the best VTuber singer, Deadly Desiree, Belcrea, Manami VT. I hope I got that. I know I butchered that one. Surge VT, Kua Anano VT, and Princess Kazooie. Hey, Nessie. Next up is the category for VR Chat Superstar. We have Brookie Cookie VR, Cathael VRC, Lupus Arkham, Gandalf TV, Keiko Ash, super cute bunny boy, and Nekaishi. I hope I got that one right. Moving on to the most unique content, we got Beepers VT, L and Booster, Alpine Showtime, Chill Pill VT, Undeniably Remy, and Maru Des Cinco. I hope I pronounced that one right. I probably butchered it because I'm white. And then we have the Master Collaborator category. Calcoat Proctor, A Cozy Curiosity, Glitch Kitten, Otaka Ren, Radanak 45, and Simply Azura. Next up, we have the Most Helpful VTuber Award. The nominations being Sia Fire, Elara, Spooky. We're going with Spooky. Mayari Kari Bal. Hope I got that one right. Kisauni. I'm gonna go with that one. And then VTuber Pinky. There are so many VTubers. So many categories. And then the best FPS VTuber, we have Acrylic Alia, Kaius, Ravtech, Chitz, Rikaum, and Saksa. So many categories. I know, right? Next up is the best Souls-like VTuber. Premium Dude, Dandy Floss, Corgi Greyhound, Freya Amari, Daft Shoe, Mirabelle VTuber. I don't know any of them. I don't play a lot of Souls-likes. Next up is the best speedrun or challenge run. Digitamer Riley, a friend of mine. I hope she gets it. Orange is Borange. I believe I've seen them before. Ava, the Traveling Inquisitor, Delinquent Ghost, and Penny Lopi. And then, last but not least category, the best endurance running VTuber. Chifuyu Akashi, Raimi Rakota, Wakrea Elber, Fox Kaelsa, I don't know. Genevieve Yoso, and Mars of Flame. All these different VTubers have their own styles of content, their own reasons, and their own reasons they got nominated. If you know them and you want to support them, now is your chance. You have 5 more days to follow the link here. I've already submitted my votes. Will you submit yours? We'll see who actually takes the awards themselves. It'll be hosted on Petri's stream. So if you want to follow along with the Hidden Gems Awards, follow along with their Twitter. Geez, I'm running through segments faster than I thought. Maybe I will get to that 45-minute LewdTuber video. Oh, I know the feeling, Raj. Some people had nominated me for the YouTube streamer. But, you know, shit happens. I definitely want to check out those nominees. Best VTuber Father Award. Can't vote because you haven't seen any of them? Well, worth checking them out. Still got 5 days to take a look into the categories that interest you. Challenge run and endurance runs your cup of tea. Totally fair. See, I also got the Hololive shareholder meeting that I haven't gone over yet. Holy shit, this thread continues. 16 questions. Well, it's not about Hololive, it's about the company that owns Hololive. I'm gonna take another sip before I get started. So I've always been kind of curious about the inner workings of the corpos that control a lot of VTubers, like the Hololive, Nijisanji, that kind of stuff. Vshojo are the big 3. And I got tagged in a quote tweet for a thread about Cover's first shareholder meeting that happened on June 29th, 2013. So I figure it would be a good time to look through the thread. Any color? I believe Any Color owns Nijisanji. But I figured it's going to be good to look through the thread on stream and talk about, you know, what can we see about the back ends of, you know, Cover, anyways. The people that own Hololive. Question 1. Nikki. Or, let's just read this one first. So, Cover's first shareholder meeting happened today, and there's a JP guy who made a thread talking about the meeting. So, I think y'all might find it interesting too. This thread is going to focus on Q&A between Cover and shareholder. OG thread from Kazuki Murata, Deep L translation thread. Nikki, wondering if the person with whom cover is invoiced is a taxable vendor. OG did not give any extra info from this. Okay, that's unfortunate. Are you worried about the number of people who didn't participate in the lottery? I'm wondering how many people missed the lottery. There were 580 applicants. Is the ratio about 3 times? Next year is undecided. What is this lottery they got? Is it like a company giveaway kind of thing? I'd like to see information on the e-commerce site and the financial results materials. Any color is giving out the growth rate of members, etc. And it's hard for investors to understand the materials from covering. There was applause from the other participants. We will consider this. We will refer to this information in future disclosures. So they're not actually going to be saying anything now. They're just saying that they have, or that they are aware that any color is being a little more transparent than them. How many people held a share and how many shares are there in total? I asked because, well, I dream too big for my own good. Oh, God, girl. Wait, not girl. Dreamcast, like, I wish I knew that number. I wish I knew how much it would actually cost to buy some shares from, well, any of these companies. But, like, it's a little too big for my britches. Why am I tilted? I'm not tilted anymore. I don't want to create a negative image. I think you should try to revive this suspended IP. I will refer to it through, though dormant IP is difficult. Talking about Rusia. I do not know this Rusia. So this is likely going to be a lot of stuff that I'm actually not aware of. High performer compensation and weak merchandise sales make it unprofitable. Take any color for reference. How is that a question? I don't know the internal situation of our rivals, but I appreciate the efforts of the performers. As for merchandise sales, we only do commemorative goods, but we will develop products that are easy for the general public to buy in the future. Like, it's going to be hard to get the general public interested in merch for VTubers unless you get, the interest in those VTubers a little more broad. Rushia is big yabai, massive yabai. I don't know what yabai means. Too white for my own good. Can you stop the manager and director when the project is not good? You can challenge us, and if we fail, we turn to PDCA. I have no idea what that is. So, like, is this does this mean that cover is open to challenging on basically bad? Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Does this mean cover is open to challenges about their stuff? I don't know. I should probably learn more about economics or whatever. I'm guessing it also does have issue with it being translated. Yeah, by means bad. Yeah, I got that. Thank you. The clarification does really help though. The specs required for Hollow Earth are high, so do you want to release a version for low specs? How do we differentiate from Genshin? Wait, Hollow Earth? Like, it's basically going to be, there's going to be like a Genshin, but VTubers from Hololive. Interesting. We will support low specs and mobile devices. We will start with PCs first and work our way up. Metaverse, utilizing the VTuber strength and no RPG. I don't know if that's like an acronym for something, but I know what RPGs are. Rocket propelled grenades, right? Right. That's what they're talking about with VTubers. Clear connection right there. 100%. Take care of your overseas customers and performers. I will value them. I will create an ecosystem that values creators so that we can compete in the world. That is reassuring. And at least, even if it's just performative, it's at least reassuring to hear. Expand into China and language area and other language areas. Plans to support a variety of languages rather than a specific area. I'm gonna be real. They're still thinking about the Taiwan incident where a couple big VTubers just mentioned Taiwan because they were reading off statistics off of Google. And then a bunch of people got really mad because Taiwan was mentioned. Like, Taiwan wasn't even endorsed. They just happened to say the name Taiwan. I mean, I'll say Taiwan deserves independence. Are you selling to overseas shareholders? Usually they can buy it, though it's not an easy situation. We still have Twitter and YouTube. Why the need of Hollow Earth? If Hollow Earth fails, when will you pull out? Are you going to do approach educational content for children? Why don't you let Subaru Ozora do it? Hollow Earth starts small. We will do within a reasonable range, and as for 3D assets, we will utilize them in the stage of distribution, etc. We plan to approach a wider range of age groups, families, etc. Interesting. That's like two different separate things. Okay, I guess I gotta look into this Hollow Earth now. What the hell is this? Is it actually a metaverse thing? Is it a game? Is it just a new social platform? The hell is it? I would like there to be counseling. Yes, I would like there to be counseling and assistance with healthcare for the performance, since the performers are capital. We appreciate your comments. I will make sure that services are provided on an ongoing basis. Okay, that's good. That's good. Because, like, they don't really have any other work if they're just working for Hololive. So it's good to know that they've got some kind of health care available to them. Educational, we talking like Sesame Street style or what? Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if there are currently VTubers out there that make essentially like Sesame Street style content. Also, regarding the healthcare, like, apparently I worry about the isolation factor of the different VTubers, the different talent. Like, I'm sure that they still have connection with each other, and they're not like completely isolated, but there's just things that have been said from previous corpo VTubers that it just makes you worry about the back end, even if you can't really like point any specific thing. Contribution to the growth of HoloPlus. Multilingualization of Hollow Earth. I think it contributes to fostering a community of fans. There are non-linguistic communities, and we will include such functions. Okay, so like, are we talking about a universal translator? That'd be pretty pog. Like, I know some games have attempted it with like an auto translator for their different users. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. Virtual shareholder meeting in-house. I'll make various decisions and decide on the platform. Honestly, it would be pretty sweet if they would just, publicly stream their goddamn shareholder meetings. That would go a long way to help share or help spread transparency and help spread trust within such big companies. Oh, goody, Sneeko's trending. I would like to see the booth products moved to our e-commerce site. We will consider making it a standard item from time to time. See the booth? I don't know what that one is. I'm sad that I don't have any souvenirs, Nikki. I would like to have a special live platform of my own in the Hollow Earth, etc. No, because we have a lottery system. We have a relationship with the company, but we will consider this in order to increase profitability, which is what they want at the end of the day, to maximize profitability. What company doesn't? Again, what the hell is this lottery system? Looks like that's the end of the questions. Yeah, this definitely was interesting to look into at the very least. I hope we can find more or get more stuff. Quick explanation: Hollow Earth is essentially an online game. It recently held an online concert. Hey yo, Hollow Earth. Okay. Like, where's the about? It just says download. Like, I could download it now? Where's the about? Is it like an RPG? Still in beta. What are the system requirements for it? Minimum requirements: Windows 10, Intel i5, 4th generation or better, equivalent. Hey, I got a graphics card better than that. Not better than that. Not as good as that. I meet the minimum. But seriously, what is Hollow Earth? Oh, I worry about actually covering Hololive Direct stuff because there are some YouTube channels that, they get pissy about commentators. I just, where's the Hollow Earth stuff? There's, okay. I'm gonna keep looking into this. Oh, they have a Twitter. Hey, Grendel. Well, with the publicly streaming of shareholder meetings, Marina, it would be about, they do get asked the same questions like a trillion times, but at least streaming it would have a record of answering those so they don't have to keep answering. They can just point, hey, go to that timestamp, there's your answer. At least that's my thoughts on it. Okay. I am looking at Hollow Earth's Twitter. It's all about the event. Which, I mean, seems like it was pretty pog. I believe this was the concert you were talking about, Rick? Yeah, I figured I wouldn't be allowed to cover it. Though I wouldn't really have any commentary to add to a concert, it would just be enjoying the music. Interesting. Oh. Oh no, that's showing off the stage area for the concert. I want like a trailer for your game. Why is it so hard to find? Is it like a public beta? So maybe I should just download it and try it? I don't know. We'll see. Big stretchy. Because I need them. Ah, I need new headphones. No denying that. I need new headphones. Who wants to talk about hate rates? Talk about that next. Also, I'm definitely running through. The YouTube trailer just gotta type the name. Oh. Came out a year ago for the trailer? Interesting. Okay, so if I do look up chat delay testing, why is it not showing up some chat messages? Are we back? Oh, my internet router reset on me. Log in. Come on. Reset, you donk. Okay, it crashed. Cool. Do, 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 do. I also stepped away while the internet was resetting to go throw in some nuggies. Come on. There we go. Now it's working again. Okay, what should I talk about next? What do I want to talk about next? Do I really want to talk about hate raids? Have you guys ever heard of Nebula? Because I have. I might want to talk about that. I'm not sure. I mean, I also just want to play Diablo. But like, you know, I gotta record that content. How many have I done? 4, 3 or 4, right? Something like that. Recording drive. There's one video about or at least a video about a hate raid ends in comical fashion. 3. Oh, I've only done 3 segments so far. I definitely want to do more. No, fuck. Did I push the wrong button? Okay, it looks like I'm still streaming. Good, good. But yeah, that's hate raids do get talked about somewhat, but not very often. They come in all kinds of different shapes and sizes. Tactics that they use. The most recent one I had to deal with had a lot of animal gore spam. That was eventful. That happened in my Discord server. I haven't really had the issue with people hate raiding my streams. I've been pretty lucky there. But let's go over a video that, well, title says hate raid ends in comical fashion. So let's see if there is something funny about these that can be seen from these animal gore. It was animal abuse, essentially, that was spam to my server. But Discord doesn't do anything about them. You gotta self-police that shit. It was, not great time. Not a great time. So, let's see what happens with this video about hate raids.
Hey guys, Ninja here.
Hey.
Once again, bring you the worst out of the VTuber community. And today we have, finally, instant karma. Don't you just love when people that abuse other people, or at least try to abuse other people, get comeuppance, and that comeuppance comes instantly at them? So today is one of these stories. It's a very short one, but amusing nonetheless. So let's get right into it. Some person tried to hate raid my server and is threatening to raid my Twitch. I was asleep and my server just owned him by accident. LMAO, love you guys. Let's take a look what happened at the server. GG Maiden Slayer. I'm going to be real honest with you. I don't know how the fuck no one knows who I am at Sandstone. Whoever the fuck you are know me, right? GG Maiden Slayer.
I think I've heard that name before, but they're like a child, right? That has the only thing of value they have is nothing really. They have no maidens, they can't slay, and they just attack people because they're the only way they can feel better about themselves is by cutting other people down. I think that's the same person I'm thinking of. But we'll see.
Mid-tier god slayer of VTubers destroyer of the furry community. Like I'm not some kind of troll. No, I read people shit on a daily basis. How come is it the VTuber of the server doesn't know me? Like bro, I have went after countless VTubers and got blocked by Silverveil.
Oh, that's such a big dick thing to say. You're so badass, bro. You got blocked by the comfy wolf.
That's something. That's some heavy tuny bio LARP right there. I only know a little bit about Photoshop and that's it. Like bro, I'm legit a threat. Doesn't sound like...
Trust me, bro. I'm an actual threat. For real, my mom says so.
Like it? No, bro. I have destroyed countless. Sure. Totally. You know who I am. Nope. Nope. Never heard of you. GG Maiden Slayer, the mid-tier
furry that hates VTubers, contrarian IMO. I'm like a furry light being like a demon. I'd say there are a big handful of furry VTubers, but like there's not a lot of them, to be honest.
God. Yes, never heard of you. God of what?
Wait. Oh my god. GG Maiden Slayer, the mid-tier god. Mid, alright.
God of what? Saying in caps lock doesn't...
This isn't really a hate raid, though. This is more of just harassment.
Oh my god, bruh. I'm getting out of this server. Sir, sit the fuck down. You're not a god. You're human. LMAO. Some god. Right?
Uni god.
And then it continued into something more hilarious. He hate raided me whilst I was live streaming. Ended 40 minutes before he tried to raid me. I'm fucking crying.
That is pretty goddamn funny.
GG.
Again, I wouldn't exactly call this a hate raid. I would call this harassment. A hate raid would be multiple people coming in at the exact same time, working together with the explicit goal of harassing you a lot, not just one person trying to get your attention.
Maiden Slayer make way better and make more money than you broadcast a single year, but you can't even play Apex. That's not an accomplishment. Either way, probably can't even aim. 0 viewers? 0.
See, oh no! A streamer has 0 viewers 40 minutes after they end stream. Their career is failing. Oh my god. You could say that furries were patient zero of hiding behind a mask that VTubers and eventually Dream would do. Well, it's always been a thing within human nature to cover yourself with a mask during performances. I mean, look at plays, look at Shakespeare. It goes back further than that, even with like what's it? Like tribal stuff where they're sharing their stories, and a lot of the times the shamans would have like a headdress that covers their face, at least in media depictions, which I go by because I'm white.
And Slider Cody. I'm fucking crying. I'm anti-VTuber Detective Sand. Yeah, that's what you get when you try to LARP as something idiotic as a mid-tier god. That's only one tier above low-tier god, and that is something. But humor aside, this is how all hate raiders should be treated. With this level of disdain and just outright shitting on them. But for right now, that's everything. Hope to see you on the next one.
Look at that. A cringy video I actually enjoyed, despite not really thinking that that's exactly hate raids. It's a person going around being a harassing dick. It's not a group of people, it's one person being a serial harasser. That's a really big problem. But this does kind of water down the term hate raiding some, because this was just like a person kind of showing up in a VTuber's Discord and trying to stroke themselves off of being such a badass. When I've literally, like, I don't know, a couple weeks ago had to deal with at least 7 people that were spamming images of mutilation of animals in my server. I had to ban them for that. Holy shit. That is a completely different tier than this kind of harassment. And like, that's not even the first time I've had to deal with it. It's a regular kind of thing. It's something that these hate raiders get off on. They get off on pissing you off. They get off on the shock. They get off on your reaction. Honestly, the best way to deal with them is to, I find, appear bored and just yawn as you're banning them and stuff, because, you know, it's the same shit over and over and over. They can't come up with any new material, so it's like, a lot of the spam I get is anti-trans stuff. You know, all that fun thing. But yeah, you either shit on them better or you just don't engage with them directly at all. Kind of, it's kind of all we really can do, because the platforms are not. How can they really stop these kinds of hate raids? Let me know what you think in the comments. Fucking hate raiders. I dislike when people are one note. It's so cartoony. It would make Dick Dastardly, the quintessential cartoony villain of the 70s, scoff at their act. Yeah, like, all they have is shock value, and that's essentially it. Howdy. Done with that segment. Ooh, excuse me. Big cough. I got 2 more. I could do potentially 3 more videos I'm thinking of, or segments I'm thinking of doing. Uh, Don't play yet. God, I've only been going for like, what, an hour? I've already done 4 segments. Holy shit. Maybe I will have time to do some gaming today. At least Dick was funny when he screwed up his races, though. I mean, I don't remember Dick Dastardly. I'm not that old. I'm just 12,000, so... The big thing for me, anyways, is about where where you're punching. Are you punching up or are you punching down with your jokes? I don't care how edgy they are. You don't punch down or like you don't make the butt of your joke a disparaged group. Otherwise, I don't care about edgy humor. I mean, I've made jokes about death before. Gotham. Gotham. My cat wants attention. I think he wants out, but he's not going to get it. So, who knows who Hime Hajime is? Because I have no idea, but we're going to be looking into a paradox of her. I don't know. We're going to find out. A video by EM VTuber will be taking it away for us. Let's see what he has to say.
Welcome guys. Before I start,
Hi.
I would like to make a disclaimer. This video is just my opinion about Hime Hajime, and I have no intention of being rude, so please don't send her any hate. Again, this is just my opinion. In here, I will not say her alter ego name, our real name, and show her appearance. This video contains criticism, so if you're not okay with that type of video, please watch something else on my channel.
Okay, good note to start this video off with. We're not here to direct any sort of hate. I am more interested in what criticisms are being levied at Hime Hajime, and would they also apply to me? Is it something that I also have to worry about? Is it something that appears to be a broader problem within the community? I don't know. We got 14 minutes to find out.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Oh god. I don't know. I'm scared to say it because then I swear to god she's gonna pop into this room and I'll be like, oh!
What is the most important thing for a VTuber? Is it his model? Could it be this reference sheet? Maybe the platform where it makes its content?
Is it heart? Love?
Is it maybe having constant content with high quality? How about its fanbase? Or is it their entity or anonymity, if you will? The truth? Well, any of them are important, and some would add others or take others from the terms I mentioned. But for this video, we're going to talk about the lack of content, who she is, and her anonymity. More accurately, how Hime Hajime is, in my opinion, an unprofessional VTuber. At least a bit. Now, I'm not saying that being unprofessional is bad. And that's because professionalism is, in the most dumb and simplistic terms, a term that means you do an activity which you make money or profession.
Competence or skill expected of a professional. The practicing of an activity, especially a sport, by professional rather than amateur players. Yeah, so there's like 2 definitions for professionalism. It's your completing your tasks with, for lack of better terms, competence expected of somebody who would be doing this as their full-time job, which if you look at the Vshojo talents, they are big enough that they're doing content as their full-time job. So can we really expect professionalism from people that they make silly videos on the internet at the end of the day. It's a new... Wait. Wacky Racer paired with... Oh, was that Dick Dastardly? Oh! Okay. Unrelated and totally derailed my train of thought. But can we really expect professionalism from a bunch of, let's face it, nerds that like anime a little too much? Who make silly videos on the internet? Like, come on. We should definitely expect some level of professionalism from people, but we can't exactly hold everybody up to the exact same standards. You can hold them up to higher standards if they're corpo, like from Vshojo. Because, you know, you have an entire corporation to weigh against your public actions, that kind of thing.
Out of it. That's it. That's professionalism in a nutshell. Everything else surrounding this term comes with a specific profession. The reason I make professionalism and lack of anonymity a negative point in Hime brand is because, well, the reason is complex, so let's talk about this. I guess you can call it a paradox.
Like paradoxes.
Incredible! It's perfect! It's more than I ever wanted on a planet! How old am I? I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know the difference between your years and my years. Fuck, I could be about 1 million or I could be about...
I am a good Christian woman. I've made myself unable to swear. Look,
Oh,
I'm
Gotham.
just gonna say fuck, and now I can't. God will that, and I'm a good Christian woman. And now, no more populating, only being sweet and say so.
What?
That's
Don't
my
give up the unsay so. Professionalism ain't my shtick either. If I want to make my character basically Mecha Hitler, I'm gonna go for it, regardless of press. I mean, you do you. I kind of get that vibe from you anyways. I mean, if I'm not wrong, you are a transmedicalist Dreamcast. So that's kind of interesting as it is.
It's one of my favorite dishes. It's anime thighs. Oh, perfect. This is just what I was craving. Let's have a little.
I like that dish too.
My wings! Don't fuck with me! Oh no, I didn't count! Don't fuck with me!
When obviously they weigh you?
He has
Oh my god.
very
I just
big
wanna be
booba.
weighed once. I want to weigh once without the Japanese doctor going like, wow, big number! It's like,
And then God said, "Ada, ada."
Okay, I might just be stupid blonde white woman, but like, what was the paradox there? Is it... Let me guess. Is it that she say so, but unsay so?
So, who is Hime Hajime? According to Vshojo, Hime Hajime, a well-endowed alien dragon robot hybrid from some faraway planet. She decided to explore the universe but was drawn to Earth due to its variety of entertainment. Currently living in an old Japanese apartment but enjoys her time with video games and alcohol. Maybe this is why she's upset. Often a bit crude but has a soft planet all around her. Choose the name Hime Hajime from an eroge as I think they call it on Earth. I just noticed that this description of Hime Hajime first starts in third person, now is in first person, being Hime Hajime the author. There's a bit of inconsistency on this. In the 3rd of January of 2020,
Wait. Was that written by Time? Oh yeah, that... oh, that does shift perspective. That's kind of annoying. It gets a little more confusing to pay to the reader when you jump between perspective, like first and third
choose
person.
the name Hime Hajime from an eroge as I think
But okay, she's a robot dragon alien that's on Earth because of the entertainment. that checks out.
They call it on Earth. I just noticed that this description of Hime Hajime first starts in third person, now is in first person, being Hime Hajime the author. There's a bit of inconsistency on this. In the 3rd of January of 2021, Hime debuted. We learned about her character Netsa, and she got banned from Twitch because of her tit size. But to be fair, the weight of those candy milkers must be a crime on her back, so I do understand Twitch. Eventually she gets back making one stream and
Wait, was it just the boob size? Because, like, I'd have to look into that. Why was Hime Hajime actually banned? Because there are plenty of other... I don't know. Worth looking into.
ever since she has been, well, let's just say it's been almost 2 years since she debuted, and right now you can count 14 VODs in her VOD channel, but that channel and her others are outdated. I say this because she did streams after those VODs, and there are clips on YouTube made by clippers, which is weird for a quote-unquote professional VTuber. Yeah, it's a Silverware reference.
What? What interview? What? Oh yeah, I mean, I fucking love these captions. They are great. Oh, wait. What interview?
I mean, Vshojo gives talent freedom and resources to help their talents make content, but in Hime's case, there is none for her, so any recent clips out there that exist is made by clippers. I'm not sure if any recent clips were put in Vshojo highlights, but that isn't Hime.
So she debuted like a while ago, but only has 14 VODs on her main channel. If I'm getting that right? Also, if it sounds like a meeting, it's because I'm eating nuggies.
This channel. At this point you know what I'm talking about, but if you don't know, she doesn't stream constantly, not even once a month. Every week is like opening a mystery box, we never know what to expect. It's frustrating to people who wants to equally love all members of Vshojo when one of them doesn't seem to work as hard as the others. And there's
I mean, that it is a nuanced topic given that these creators are big enough that they can do this 100% full time. They don't have to work day jobs. Like for me, I only stream like once, maybe twice a week if you guys are lucky. That but I also work full time in a very draining industry, so like I have valid excuse. But like if you do want to create content full time, you kind of gotta create that content. Is it just streams? Is it edited offline content that gets created? Is it music? I don't know. I actually don't really know much about Hime. But like if she's been, what was it? I don't even remember. How long has she been debuted? How long since she debuted? I'm dropping plum sauce. Yeah, I'm 516 in.
well, let's just say it's been almost 2 years since she debuted, and right now you can count 14 VODs in her.
Okay, yeah, that's... I do wonder what's keeping her from streaming so much.
Seem to work as hard as the others. And there's no proof of behind the scenes work either, so it leaves me thinking, why does Vshojo allow this to happen? I hope that talent freedom isn't the answer, because that would make the argument that CDogVA said once in Hololive you don't need talent.
Right. So something like Hololive is a good example of this, because it's almost instant success. You don't have to be a good streamer. You will get success, right? Because you're part of Hololive, right? You'll get money. You'll get a lot more money than most people will see in their lifetime monthly, right?
That's true. Hololive is extremely big, and they can just turn anyone into famous.
We agree on that. Is that fair to say?
I think we should change the subject.
Okay. All right, fine. You get okay. Okay, point being is that people, once you get the job, it doesn't matter what you said on the application.
But in this case, it would be worse because she doesn't do any content, clips, nor TikToks. And she still has access to resources and time of Vshojo manager, as well the approval of the community. The same community weirdly just memes about it, which I found it strange that no one seems to notice or care about the fact that VTuber is getting popular without making actual content. I see people complaining about the fame of creators all the time, about if they just
Well, I mean, there is it seems like there's a kind of cult following that builds up, that she is likable for when she does stream. She just doesn't stream as much as people want her to. I can't entirely fault her for that, but like, I would definitely want. I definitely want to turn my streams into more than just, hey, I'm live, watch me. It's, I got my videos, my reactions that I put out. But does Hime actually do that? Does she, or is she just like hanging out on stream and people like her? It very well could be that. I don't actually know.
deserve it or not, but I will give credit to VTubers that receive this criticism. They do at least weekly content, or at least once or twice a month. One more thing about Hime lacking content is the final point about content, but is an important one. Hime not uploading is wasting a spotlight that could have gone to a creator with a bit more dedication. Even though I have my opinions on people that seem to think that joining an agency is the only way to have stability, but regardless, Vshojo is still.
I would like to also interject there that an agency is not the only way to get that stability. Like, even if you're represented by an agency, you're not necessarily going to have that stability, because, like, you can... Actually, no, Callie... Like, Mori Calliope is pretty, controversial. And she still has that steady work. But, like, you don't necessarily need a... You don't need to sign up with an agency to have stable income. I mean, for a quick example, look at Surus. He's at about 50-something subscribers on YouTube. Not as much on Twitch. But he's still a Twitch partner. He's a YouTube partner. He makes his living off of content. It's mostly stable. He's had struggles, but he's been able to stay afloat without having to get a sort of day job. Content is his day job. There is the stability available for indie creators. It is just much harder to get to that point.
An agency that can give to any VTuber a good spotlight and the career of their dreams. What you're seeing right now is the following of Hime, and yes, she has the lowest follow of the agency, and her size would be enough to a VTuber start to make content creation a full-time job, even more with an agency helping out. I will give.
Let me just... Yeah, oh my god. If I had her numbers on YouTube alone, I wouldn't be working full-time. I would be streaming more than once a week.
The lowest follow of the agency, and her size.
I am a little jealous of that, but again, it is her platform, and it's Vshojo's choice to, employ her, I guess. If that's what they want.
Would be enough to a VTuber start to make content creation a full-time job, even more with an agency helping out. I will give a personal opinion. I find Hime obsessed a bit disrespectful to creators that want to try to join Vshojo and they try improve their content, and she's there doing seemingly nothing. She has such accomplishment and she's not even trying to do something with it. I feel like someone else could have stayed in that place and used it better.
You can also make this argument towards rich people in general, just like Musk. He didn't do anything to deserve his place, but he has it.
Oh, an observation of mine. During the great hype of announcement of Vshojo Next/Japan, Hime's character was nowhere to be found. Hell, worse, all members made a live reaction to that slideshow, let's call that, and Hime was not there.
It was not planned or as part of the canon. That doesn't excuse her not doing content. I mean, yeah, that looks pretty bad for Hime.
Changing topics, now let's speak about the other unprofessional part of Hime, her anonymity, or better, the lack of it. But I warn you, this next section of the video can be...
Is there an inherent issue with not engaging in super anonymity as a VTuber? I personally don't think so. I actually think the opposite is preferred, where you do break the immersion, so to speak. I personally think that helps fight parasocial relationships where it gets like too strong, too clingy, that kind of thing.
Considered taboo, since in the VTuber community, people showing or talking about their RL past personas, alternative personas without the VTuber showing first.
Okay, yeah. Talking about a VTuber's past persona is actually taboo, which kind of actually pissed me off about Henya's debut. Let Henya debut, leave the past in the past.
Can be considered respectful. I am aware of that, and also I'm well knowledge about the Press Nogozagi drama, but the reason I'm going to do it to make this quick.
The Fresno Gozagi. Oh my god. Yeah, I did cover that. That was bad of Nusagi. But like, trust me, he learned from that mistake. Has this YouTuber tried to develop the Buddha nature? This might help solve these problems. Wait, Hime or EM? Because I don't know.
What if the IRL person exposed herself as a VTuber, better yet, doing months before her debut? How does our community handle it? I don't know. So since there is no real answer, I will take the risk. This thumbnail. This is how I discovered who Hime is IRL.
Wait, did Hime make that public, or did that clip channel or whatever make that public?
Right now, I'm showing a version where the face is censored, and I will keep everything that doesn't mention Hime directly censored. I will give a quick rundown of what alt Hime, yes, this is how I'm going to refer to the alternative persona. Her content is videos of her opinions about manga, anime, events surrounding those mediums, and visiting places in Japan, like bars with anime themes with a more clean and simplistic editing, which I can appreciate. I have enjoyed her content. She's a good content creator. However, her content is not made for me. But I would recommend you give a look into her content, experience it for yourself. But because I want to respect at some level her lack of anonymity, you will have to trust my word or find her alter ego yourself. But let's focus back on the subject of the video, Hime and Hime entity share. This video here is going to be the focus of the section of this video, where Hime explains basically Hime, or better, and I'm not joking, Tokyo Mew Mew Girl.
Creation thus automatically becoming best girl, Tokyo Mew Mew Girl 2002! Inonesa dragon robot hybrid with big titties for plot purpose. Tokyo Meow Meow Girl 2002 comes to the future to ensure every Shoda gets ada. Her sexuality, hentai-sexual. Her nipple color, translucent. My god, don't be a dumbass. I mean, look at this bitch's face! You can feel the ada just swimming through your goddamn face!
You know something?
Okay, so Hime came up with her design to appeal to horn dogs, but then what's that word? She's like circumventing expectations, or I forget that term. Chat knows it better than me. Somebody's going to probably say it in the comments. subverting expectations. Ha! I did it first. You don't get me on that one, chat. But like, she makes a very unsay-so sort of design, so to speak. It's not inherently unsay-so just because of the chest size, but given that audio, it did sound like she was explicitly going for, let's get these people interested in lewd thoughts, but then the character's personality is denying it. Which, I mean, I kind of get. That's kind of funny.
Knowing how the content of Hime is going, I would keep the old name honestly. That reminds me of the magical cat girl genre, which is no longer relevant, like the consistency of Hime's content. This video is basically the massive self-dox of Hime, but also shows a bit of naivety from Hime. If you didn't know, most VTuber agencies back on the day would not accept people that said publicly they were joining to their agency. So she basically, with this video, hurt her chances, and also most agencies have already planned what models to use. What they need is the quote-unquote actor to play the VTuber.
That is true for like Hololive and Nijisanji, but that is not actually true for Vshojo. With Vshojo, the talent owns their personas, so like this is what Hime wanted.
Knowing this, she might have had a cut of opportunities, but as we all know, she would be added to Vshojo, where talent freedom exists. On 20th of August of 2021, Vshojo opened auditions to VTubers to join their talent branch, aka being on their VTubers team, talents, whatever. The post is short, so let's give it a quick look. For the first time we are opening up auditions to Vshojo. We are looking for people with experience already in streaming regardless of size. And you're welcome to apply if you're already a debuted VTuber too. AKA they don't care about your size, they care about your experience in streaming. I'm not sure about content creation in general, but this was made in the time where people thought the only way to be a VTuber is with streaming. Oh wait, no, people still think like that. Next we have...
Yep, people still think like that. The most frustrating thing to me with a lot of small VTubers is that a lot of them just want to get paid to play games. But that's damn near impossible to even get. You gotta build your audience around something else that they end up liking your personality. Even if it's just making like highlight videos and stuff. You can't just upload VODs and expect people to start watching them out of nowhere because nobody really wants to click on a 4-hour video of somebody they don't know. You gotta draw them into it stuff. For me, that's talking about commentary or talking about VTubers and stuff. Subverting expectations isn't always a good thing. It can work, as DDLC showed, but there's a reason why I personally don't like a lot of twist endings, twist villains. It really depends on the writing of stuff. And like how it's actually presented in that medium that it's using.
F. Application overview. Submission deadline September 30, 2021. Submission requirements. A link to a custom 3-minute audition reel and a clip from a live stream. I'm not sure what the audition reel needed to have since I didn't go deep into it back on the day. Applicants must be over 18 and prepared to stream full-time as a VTuber. There are no geographic restrictions. Submission from blah 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 blah. One more thing, regarding Vshojo Inc. Founded by the Gunrun and Montedu, Vshojo focused on both the growth and development of VTuber talent by providing technical, creative, and revenue-generating support while granting them the freedom to collaborate with others and retain complete creative control over their content. Vshojo is also a big proponent of collaboration and fostering genuine camaraderie both with and among its members. All nice and good. And now you're asking, what was the point you wanted to show? Well, let me read again a specific part of the application overview.
Please do.
Applicants must be over 18 and prepared to stream full-time as a VTuber.
Yeah, I mean, what really constitutes full-time for Vshojo?
Huh. And now I ask, what about Hime, huh? I like to think that Vshojo treats every member equally, but most members that arrive at Vshojo were all well-known members of the VTuber community. It shows not only how unprofessional Hime is, but also Vshojo, by showing a bit of inconsistency in the execution of their rules. But I will be fair to Vshojo, this is not the worst action from them, they've done worse.
Hell yeah.
And Hime, well, is not like
Wait, what? What did Vshojo do? What did they do? I'm gonna DM M. Oh, I gotta know.
she's bullying Hindi VTuber, she just not appear at the full-time job. Not the worst thing in the world. Just like they're disrespectful to people that try hard to get in Vshojo, or dream to be a member of the Vshojo agency. So, in conclusion, Hime is not a bad VTuber. I think I made that clear. But I do find it unprofessional and in my point of view, disrespectful that she isn't making at least a stream per week. I have a full-time job, night shift in a shitty factory, and I can make streams and videos. I do not know if this comparison is fair, it's just how I feel. Please leave a comment on Hime videos and even on Twitter asking her to try to come back. Maybe with everyone trying we can get her attention. She's a talented, creative and experienced one. It would be a shame to Vshojo not to have her making content in their name.
Yeah, don't just like try, like go into her replies and stuff and be like, hey, we miss you, we love your streams, when are you coming back, that kind of thing. Don't be like, hey, you owe us content. That there is a very bad way you can try and get content out of your favorite creator. Focus on how much you enjoy their content, not that you deserve it or whatever. Avoid the entitlement culture, please.
But what is your opinion on this subject? Do you think this point of view is valid, or am I worried about the nothing burger? Did you like this video? Leave a like or dislike. Sharing this video would be very helpful. After this, go watch another video of mine, and if you enjoy my content overall, subscribe. That's all. Hope to see you in the next video or live. So, adeus, goodbye.
Yeah, his video was kind of it was about, oh, leave a like too, because I actually did like that. His video was about it's seeming paradoxical of Vshojo that they had in their audition page that you got to be prepared to stream full time, but then Hime has debuted almost 2 years ago and whatnot, with only 14 VODs apparently. That said, I personally don't think you owe content, but I mean, it does kind of look bad on Vshojo for being like, if you want to join us, you gotta be prepared to stream full time, and then Hime doesn't stream full time, and people are like, well, I mean, like that. The thing is, we don't have the full context. There could be a lot of reasons why Hime is not actually streaming. Could it be that she's as lazy as I am? It could be. Could it be that she has actual IRL complications that keep her from making that content regularly and that she just doesn't talk about publicly? That could be the case. This is literally the first I'm actually looking into Hime. Though from the clips that I did see of her in this video, she was pretty funny. I'd be interested in checking her out. Hime is still charging up. Yeah, like I don't even know the last time that Hime went live. Yeah, she has her Alta channel, but I haven't found it. I haven't looked into it. So, yeah, isn't it like an IRL channel that she focuses more on? Like, I get if you want to focus more on IRL content, but like, there are people that do want Vshojo, would love to be a part of Vshojo. Yeah, there are just people that are, fairly upset that they're putting in a lot of effort too. makes content on hentai manga and stuff. Oh, that's Pog. That's like really Pog. But yeah, there are a lot of people that are like, well, if you're going to be signed up with Vshojo, why don't you do Vshojo stuff? And then it appears like she's not, and then people get, I don't know, kind of upset, so to speak, that they want. I mean, I get it. I want to be able to do this full time. Who doesn't? Who wants to sell their labor for money that they have to acquire somehow? You don't get a choice. You have to make money. And who wouldn't want to make silly videos on the internet and then be able to, provide for themselves with that? It's just a dream that's not accomplishable for most people. I mean, what was it? 5% of Twitch streamers have 5 or more average viewers. 5% of YouTube channels have 1,000 subs. And 1,000 subs is the starting level of ad revenue, of how you can actually make some kind of money, aside from, public community support, like through Ko-Fi up there, or through like Patreon, or through random donos. You don't even unlock that on YouTube until 500 subs, which, I mean, better than a lottery ticket at least? Yeah. Vshojo stuff is hyper vague, gotta wonder what that entails. Oh yeah, it's super vague, super gray, just to, cover their own asses. That's what they care about doing. At the end of the day, they're a corporation. They want to make money. That's their end game. They want to make that money. Gotta get that bread. Yeah, we should probably avoid posting her other account because it does have IRL stuff. Well, I mean, I would only be against. I'd be against posting IRL stuff if that person doesn't try to make it public. But like, I make my face public. I don't give a shit if people post my images. It doesn't really make a big difference to me. So, I mean, I guess in Hime's case, no biggie. But I mean, YouTube is like, hey, don't put links in chat. And I'm like, I don't care if they put links. I assume my chat is intelligent adults that, don't click sus links. One day people understand corporations are trying to make money. Oh, we can only hope. We can only hope that one day people understand that. Like, would I audition for Vshojo? Honestly, I don't know. Maybe. I don't like that I might not be able to talk about specific things publicly because, like, you guys know I'm not too afraid of talking about politics. I'm not shying away from that kind of content. I don't shy away from heavy subjects either. Would Vshojo be okay with that? I mean, that would be their choice. But let's say it was my choice. If I had to stop, or if I had to avoid talking about certain heavy subjects or whatnot, avoiding such edgy jokes kind of thing, I don't think I'd go for it. Even if I retain my IP and my character design, all that good stuff, I just don't. I don't think it's really worth it. I was a fan of her prior to her becoming Hime in context. When I first heard her voice, I knew it was her, to be honest, though. What? Yeah, I have no idea of the Hime in context stuff. It is a big chilling effect. Yeah. Yeah. For context, you meant what? Oh, prior to her I was a fan of her prior to her becoming Hime for context. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, like this is literally the first I'm really hearing of Hime, so small world, I guess. You've heard of Twitch, YouTube, Kick, but have you heard of Nebula? I've heard of it on occasion from like some bigger YouTubers, a Legal Eagle, Lindsay Ellis, Vsauce, that kind of thing. And I've never really looked into it too much. I believe it's one of those you gotta sign up to pay to use the website. The cost of that is you don't get ads. So I think the only ads were creators and stuff. Anyways, let's check out the origins of this Nebula app or platform.
I remember exactly where I was. Sydney International Airport, waiting to board a 10-hour flight to Tokyo, followed by a 12-hour flight to Boston, then a 1-hour one to DC, to arrive home the day before Thanksgiving, 2018. My agent Dave said he had an idea he wanted to run past me, so we popped on a call. He had just talked to Vimeo, the video streaming platform. They were trying to persuade him to persuade one of his other clients to build a paywalled streaming site for their videos using their tech. This, and infinite minor variations of this, was something we'd get pitched constantly as creators, but everyone recognized that it couldn't really work. In fact, it had a long history of not working. Perhaps the most flashy failure was Vessel. It launched in early 2015 with the big name creators of the time. Good Mythical Morning, Epic Mealtime, Shane Dawson, Linus Tech Tips. It was basically a YouTube replacement.
I know all those. One of those I really don't like, but the other ones I like.
Same content, same creators, same features, with the addition that users could pay $2.99 a month to watch videos 72 hours early.
Oh god, there's machinima there? Holy shit.
Combine that with their supposedly unique advertising ecosystem, and the pitch to creators was that they could earn dramatically more per view. This is always the core proposition with these alternate streaming services. More revenue per view, but they almost always have the same problem. The number of views is orders of magnitude lower. Platforms have to extract value from the audience somehow, whether through a paywall or through more intrusive advertising. So why would a viewer watch on your platform when they could watch the exact same content on YouTube for free and with less intrusive advertising? So creators signed on to platforms like Vessel, get menial views compared to YouTube, and before these platforms can grow enough to get to a point where it's worth it for creators beyond an initial test group, they run out of money and shut down. But we had some ideas on how we could fix that. We thought there was a chance that we had identified a magic formula
Big
that we
Shane
were in
there.
a uniquely good position to undertake that could make this simple concept work where all others had failed. 4 years later, well, not to brag, but we were right. Nebula has grown massively. Over 650,000 paying users, 100 staff members, a conservative overall valuation of over $150 million, and it did all of that with absolutely $0 of venture capital funding. So what did we do different? Why were we able to make this simple concept work when all others had failed? Clearly, this video is going to be different. I'm not going to be talking about logistics or geopolitics or infrastructure or another business. I'm talking about my business. So that's why, for the first time, I'm here. This was a tricky video to write. I'm
Hello.
trying to use my unique combination of positions as an owner of a now sizable business and as a creator to tell an intimate inside story of how you can grow an idea into an enterprise. There are a lot of things that
I do have ideas I would like to turn into enterprises, but I mean, kind of need the startup capital. But I mean, hey, I hope this is instructive.
can't be said for legal or practical reasons, and there are countless different stakeholders involved. So what follows is what I believe is the fullest story anyone can tell about the inside operations of a business of this size and nature, but there are, unfortunately, some things I just can't talk about. It's a long story, but it begins in a very small way. On July
Take care,
27,
Nessie.
2016, I got this DM from Philip Detmer of Kurzgesagt. Hey man, let's get right to it. So me and another big YouTuber might be starting something, but I can't really talk about it yet. We went back and forth for a month trying to schedule a call, then finally we talked. Basically, Philip was going to introduce me to the freelance sponsorship agent he and CGP Grey had been working with for years, and later that might turn into something bigger. That freelance sponsorship agent was Dave Wiskus. That's a name you'll want to remember. It's pretty relevant throughout. We talked, he promised better rates through a data-driven approach with an upfront commission. I somehow believed him, but eventually it turned out he was actually right. Some important context. The industry that had arisen around YouTube creators in 2016 was chock full of liars, cheats, and thieves. It was only over the prior couple years that people could start to make a living off of YouTube, and seemingly the first people that thought to insert themselves as middlemen were all glorified grifters. Getting sponsored is crucial to going full-time on YouTube. AdSense alone.
What a shocker. There's a boom in a new way to generate money, and there's people trying to exploit other people to make that money. Who'd have thunk it? Totally doesn't happen in any other industries.
Rarely cuts it. But at the time, the only deals I could land for my fledgling channel were ones that automatically locked me into 6 months of exclusivity with the agency I booked through without any guarantee they would actually fill video inventory and with undisclosed commissions. Undisclosed commissions in this context means they just told you exactly what you'd get paid, which sounds great in theory, but in practice what it means is that they're selling the slot to the sponsor for one price, then paying you a completely different, lower price, and never telling you what the difference was. They'll just decide what they think you'll accept, but you have little leverage to say no because, once again, you're locked into exclusivity. You're only legally allowed to work with them.
What the fuck? That is so predatory. I don't know if it's the VO's name of Kurzgesagt or like one of the owners. I honestly don't know there.
Oh, and also contractually, they represented the sponsor, not the creator, so their incentives were to push the price as low as it could go. If you didn't like it and wanted to jump ship, you had to go without sponsorship for 6 months, which would kill your finances. I've seen hard evidence
Jesus
that this particular
Christ.
agency was taking a 50% undisclosed commission on certain creator sponsorships, so it's no wonder why Dave was able to immediately beat their rates and get sponsors to come back. They might have actually been paying less, but I, the creator, was getting more of it. By chance, Gray and Philip had also introduced Dave to Brian from Real Engineering. We had collaborated on a set of videos that turned out to be big viral hits that launched both of our channels into relevancy, so he was one of my first creator friends. The next one was Joseph from Real Life Lore. I had never met him in person, but we had talked plenty, so I convinced him to fly out to the inaugural VidCon Europe in Amsterdam in April 2017. Part of the reason was because I had been nagging Dave for months to work with Joseph, whose channel was exploding, and Dave would be there too. The perfect opportunity for them to meet. Joseph ended up having a nightmare weekend of travel delays, some snowstorm or something, so he didn't end up getting there until the afternoon of the last day, but I introduced everyone and we headed to a bar. We stayed there for hours. Everyone headed off, and it capped off an exhilarating weekend. The first time any of us had seen a physical manifestation of the industry we had inserted ourselves into. After working in isolation, it was eye-opening to see and talk to so many others doing the same thing as us, and according to Dave, in retrospect, this was the moment when he fully realized that this informal system of freelance sponsorship booking could grow into something more.
That's pretty interesting. Like, there is definitely a culture, so to speak, of isolation within content creation. There are so many of us, like hundreds of thousands of creators, but a lot of people feel so alone in their struggle of creation. It's such an interesting problem that I don't know how it can even be addressed. I don't think it will be with this video, but Nebula does seem nerdy in some respects, yes. But I mean, it is also offering a different. It's offering a new kind of platform. So, I don't know. It's grown, it's sustaining itself, so it's worth looking into at least a little bit.
It'd be called Standard, a purposely forgettable name for a company designed to exist.
It was based around STEM YouTubers, but they also have some bread tubers on there now. Yeah, like, well, Kurzgesagt is more of a STEM YouTuber, but they have bread tubers like Legal.
In the background.
Isn't some more news also on there? I don't know. I hope so. They're really good. Check out some more news if you want, if you want news.
Making life easier for the creators on center stage. And it worked. Creators were simply just having a better experience working with Standard. The rates were strong, the experience was personal, the ethos ethical. In a landscape filled with grifters and cheats, the concept of a sponsorship agency simply doing its job fairly was enough to drive natural word-of-mouth growth. We added dozens of creators to the roster and started to be viewed as the go-to agency for educational YouTube. We hired staff, got an office, started throwing VidCon parties. It was all happening. Unbelievably, this part, the part that at the time felt like hard-earned yet incredible success, needs to get glossed over to get to the good part. November 27th, 2018. After a couple of days of back and forth with myself and a few other creators, that's when Dave emailed his full roster of creators the white paper, the initial concept laying out our vision for Nebula. This is that exact email. In some ways it was close. How would this work? Standard creators post ad and sponsor-free versions of their videos, and occasionally the service premieres exclusive content. Let's say we charge users $5 per month for their service. All of this is still true to this day, even the price. In other ways, we were way off. How do we attract viewers? First, we can simply buy AdSense ads on Standard channels. Sponsoring our own creators feels wrong, at least for now. We can revisit it later if we think we can do it without looking dumb. This is about as wrong as it could be. We have never figured out how to make AdSense marketing for Nebula profitable, while sponsoring YouTube creators has been the driving growth force. We'll get to how we made that work. But the real key that we understood from day one was that opportunity cost to Standard, but especially to creators, had to be as small as it could possibly be. Equivalents before us always raised a huge amount of venture capital funding, made a big splash at launch, then ran out of money before profitability, leaving creators embarrassed when they folded. We knew that creators were wary of aligning themselves to something so risky, so we needed to make a small splash. We needed to design Nebula to fail gracefully. We needed to make it so that if it did fail, it would have the smallest possible impact on reputation and finances. Essentially, we followed the most dramatic form of the minimum viable product model of innovation. We needed to get a super scrappy version of the product out into the public so that rather than us having to guess, they, the customers, would tell us what they wanted through how.
Okay, yeah, that's what they should be doing with, like, starting up a new platform. It's, you don't try and polish it to make it look absolutely perfect for launch. You put out a scuffed version that people can actually start using and start feeling it out, and then from there it can actually start growing. And if you invest like a fraction of what you actually want to into it, and then to get it started and running, then it's not that big a deal if it fucks up.
How they acted. You watch consumer behavior in order to fulfill their wants. Luckily, a lot of the bones were already in place. Dave's prior life was in the iOS app development world, so he had a lot of experience in software. We actually had a few engineers on staff to work on the backend tool we use for sponsor billing and inventory management. The trickiest bit would be the actual streaming. The big platforms like YouTube and Netflix make it look easy, but it's quite a technical challenge to distribute high-quality video on low-quality internet all across the globe. And we didn't possibly have the money to build our own streaming tech. Of course, Vimeo originally approached us, but the problem with partnering with them was that they'd have owned the billing relationship. Basically, when someone signed up, Vimeo would keep their credit card details and info, and while we'd get the money, if we ever decided to split with them, there was no guarantee we'd keep the subscribers. So we'd rather.
Wow, that's pretty fucking predatory of Vimeo. Don't show your hand early, best starting tactic. Exactly.
We decided to partner with another streaming provider called Zype. Therefore, all we had to build was a front end, a slick, flashy user interface to make it all look professional, and an iOS app. We barely even had a back end. We had Eric, who doubled as our podcast editor, who would take the videos creators added to a shared Dropbox folder, run them through the encoder, and post them in the right spot with the right metadata. All in all, it cost around $100,000 to get Nebula ready for launch. An incredibly low sum for both a website and app, but there was still one key thing we were missing. You see, creators don't talk unless they're paid to. This is because creators are paid to talk. It's just pragmatic. You basically get one call to action per video. You're lucky to successfully get someone to listen to one call to action. So what the data shows is that if a creator, for example, runs a sponsor read, then promotes their Patreon, what they'll see on average is that they'll earn less overall than if they had just promoted the sponsor, as the Patreon push cuts into performance more than it drives additional revenue. It's not always intuitive, but it's a quirk of audience behavior that we'd understood for years running sponsorships at Standard. Therefore, we knew we couldn't just simply ask creators to promote Nebula out of the goodness of their hearts. Not only
Yeah, I didn't actually know that regarding ads and sponsorships and stuff, because like I'm gonna be real. I haven't done any. I've done one. Yeah, I've done one and I didn't even get paid for it. So it's like I don't do it. I don't really do it. So I don't know about all this stuff. Good times, good times.
would this hurt their revenue, which would mean they would stop working with Nebula in the long run. This would hurt Standard's revenue too, since it came from commission on sponsorships. At the time, Standard and Nebula were literally the same company with zero legal separation. So weirdly, free promotion for Nebula would cut off the revenue source that we were using to build Nebula. We didn't immediately have a solution to this. In all honesty, this was the biggest flaw with the business model at launch. But again, the launch was designed to be an experiment, designed to be that minimum viable product. We didn't necessarily need a big marketing method at launch because the launch was designed to help us find that. So the last piece that we needed...
To be fair, one sponsorship is way higher than average. It was a Stream Element sponsorship, so people get a lot of those offers, but you gotta fulfill the requirement in order to get paid, and a lot of the time they don't actually offer low enough requirements to see some kind of payout. Because like, how many people do you think would honestly play Genshin Impact that haven't already, or Raid Shadow Legends? Because like, I get sponsorships for those games, but most people already have an account. So I can't get people to create a new account. It's not going to count if it already has been installed on the phone before. Kind of sucks.
was for the creators to be emotionally invested. Everyone was excited by the concept, but to assure people would stay excited through the inevitably difficult early days, well, we figured they might as well be financially invested. So, through complex financial and legal wizardry, we developed a system where 50% of Nebula profits were distributed to creators, including, crucially, if the platform were ever to be sold. That means if one day the platform were to sell for, let's say, $1 billion, the creators would get half of that. We split that pool based on watch time, meaning the more creators bring in and engage an audience, the bigger a share they're entitled to. In the short term, this would be a concept that would keep creators building for the future. In the medium term, this would allocate profit to creators based on how much they contributed to growing that profit. And in the long term, if Nebula were ever to sell, this would make that a scenario where everyone wins, rather than one where the platform wins off the hard work of creators. Not only would this directly tie platform success...
That would be pretty fucking based. Like, if they did end up having to sell Nebula, then even if it's going to get taken over and creators don't want to stick with the platform under new ownership, they'd at least get something out of all the effort they've put into it.
Success to creator success and vice versa. It would also keep everyone in that collaborative mindset, one where Nebula and its creators were business partners rather than clients and servicers. We'd win together and we'd lose together. Next, launch. We didn't have some massive plan. The website had been up and running for a bit as we squashed bugs, so what really marked the formal launch, if anything did, was the first public promotion of the platform. That came from Isaac Arthur. On the morning of Thursday, May 23rd, 2019, he released a video called Colonizing Black Holes, which ended with a push to his Nebula original, one of the first three called the Paperclip Maximizer. We also had originals at launch from Real Life Lore, Second Thought, and Polyphonic, so each released videos mentioning Nebula funded by a small and finite pool of money dedicated to launch promotion. This first weekend went better than we possibly could have hoped for. By Monday, we had over 4,500 signups. They were trial signups, plenty would cancel, but that gave us plenty enough data to work with to figure out how to make this all work. Better yet, we were getting buzz. A lot of it was negative. Almost everyone thought we'd get added to the long list of failed alternate streaming sites, but but at the least, this told us that the idea was exciting enough that people cared to care about us. Over the following weeks and months, we used some of our cash on hand to run some very small additional marketing tests. Basically, seeing if we could pay creators a similar rate to their other sponsors and bring in enough subscribers to justify paying that much. The answers we got were promising. On one test we did on my podcast, Extremities, Nebula paid us $800 and got 200 signups, each of whom would pay $5 a month. The only problem? We didn't have cash. While we'd eventually generate cash with the monthly revenue these subscribers brought in, that'd be a very slow process, meaning it'd be quite a while until we could start sponsoring the larger YouTube channels and developing bigger Nebula originals. But we found a solution. Standard had long-run sponsorships for CuriosityStream, another streaming service focused on documentary and nonfiction content founded by John Hendricks of the Discovery Channel. To their credit, they didn't get scared thinking creators were trying to replace them, but rather understood that we were appealing to a different, complementary market. So Dave went down to the offices just outside of DC.
So that's why they're always like, or why they're usually mentioned together when they're being shouted out by the bigger bread tubers, by the educational tubers.
And came out the other end with a win-win. We'd bundle. While I can't discuss the exact behind-the-scenes mechanics, we found a way to make it worthwhile for both companies so that when customers signed up for CuriosityStream through each creator's sponsorship links, they'd get access to Nebula for free. Nobody could really see a downside, so we negotiated details, signed a term sheet, and as of September 2019, every Nebula creator just started promoting the bundle in their already booked CuriosityStream spots. In retrospect, it seems like a minor, ultimately easy change, but it yielded massive results. Personally,
Rare Discovery Channel reference, right? I actually forgot they existed until this video had mentioned them. But like I haven't watched cable television in years.
the bundle deal supercharged my sponsorship performance. It was clear that the offering of CuriosityStream and Nebula together was a more convincing sell to our audiences than any other sponsor we ran on the channel. Even better, we started to understand the marketing message that worked. Pushing to behind-the-scenes videos or extended cuts didn't really work. Pushing the idea of no ads or sponsorship on Nebula works okay, but the thing that clearly created these performance multiples was full-length, high-budget, exclusive originals. Seeing that, CuriosityStream started to co-produce Nebula originals with us. In October 2019, to film our highest-budget, most ambitious one to date, I flew all the way to the remote Atlantic island of St. Helena to make the world's most useful airport. While I was there, we crossed 10,000 paying subscribers, and it took less than a month more to hit 20,000. By the end of the year, we had crossed 35,000, and in 6 short months, Nebula had transformed from an idea into a fast-growth startup. Now, through all this history, I was not actually an owner of Standard, just a highly involved long-term client. But it was clearly something I was interested in. I was there from the start, I'd helped it grow.
Interesting. I didn't actually mean to pause.
And I believed in it, and specifically Nebula's, future. In 2020, an opportunity arose. Gray and Philip were less keen on Nebula. It seemed to make less sense to them, while the rest of the creator roster was, so they were looking for a way to end their involvement with the company. Therefore, Brian from Real Engineering, Alex from Low Spec Gamer, Devin from Legal Eagle, Thomas Frank, and myself agreed to purchase their ownership stakes and divide it up amongst ourselves, and we were all extremely bullish on Nebula. By chance, that sale occurred in March 2020, the same month as the world's descent into lockdown. With everyone stuck at home, the streaming industry exploded. It's awkward to talk about in the context of a tragedy, but the honest truth is that our bundle promotion was selling faster than ever, and creators were earning a lot.
It's a little morbid to think about, but like the success of online content services, the success of VTubers as well, benefited from everybody staying inside a lot more. Frankly, I wish I'd started streaming back in 2020 when, you know, the lockdowns were starting up, when I was at home for 6 months at a time. No work. I couldn't leave. I wanted to stream, but I just hadn't started there. You know, the Crash Tyson cameo appearance? Yeah, I noticed that.
CuriosityStream capitalized on industry momentum by listing on NASDAQ through a SPAC merger in October, which was initially a big success. Day one ended with an 11% gain, and they peaked in February 2021 at nearly double their first day price. Through and through, the Nebula bundle was a win-win. It grew Nebula, it grew CuriosityStream, it grew creator sponsor payouts, and it was a worthwhile proposition for all. So we decided to double down on aligning the success of the two companies by, for the first time ever, accepting investment. Now, investment had long been something we were wary of. In our view, a big reason why similar business models had failed in the past was because investors pressured the streaming platforms to squeeze more and more value out of creators.
Yeah, like, I would definitely be wary of investors as well, because that's the bottom line of what most people do when they invest in a company, in a startup. They want to see the maximum possible return of their investment, so they're going to kind of pressure you to add things, like how Activision adds a lot of stuff to games, even though they really don't need it, and it's just kind of bleeding their users dry.
Basically, they did the thing that seemed right when you looked at it on a slide deck. Take a bigger share of the revenue, make more money. But that fails to understand that the creators drive almost all of the value of a platform like Nebula. If they're making good money, they'll make more exclusive content for audiences, they'll bring their creator friends in, they'll keep promoting the platform. So it's really that if you take a smaller slice of the pie and give more to creators, the pie will grow so much in the long term that the platform will make more overall. Every dollar a streaming platform like Nebula makes is
Interesting. So if corporations, so it's almost like when people are properly compensated for the effort they put out, it 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 shows through not only their work but through other outsiders seeing their work and then becoming invested in it, seeing the quality of that. Like, how is this so hard for some people? Smosh was milked dry by Defy back in the day. I can see every reason to be wary. Oh yeah, excuse me. I totally get it.
is through the creators, so it's about creating that win-win scenario rather than trying to extract value from your business partners. We weren't confident that most investors, especially institutional investors, would understand that and the other nuanced dynamics of the creator industry in the long run, with one exception: CuriosityStream. Their people seem to get it. They were also by far our biggest marketing partner, biggest production partner. We'd already aligned ourselves with them so deeply that investment seemed like a minor additional level that would yield a lot of cash to reinvest in growing Nebula. So after a unanimous vote by myself and the other owners, Nebula no longer was entirely ours. While the exact numbers are not public, what is that they bought a significant minority stake that valued Nebula, the company that did not exist just 3 years prior, at over $50 million.
Jesus, just for a small stake? In order to combine CuriosityStream and Nebula? Wow.
Incredible. Driven by this funding, 2022 was comprised of some of our fastest growth to date, especially as shows like Real Life Lore's Modern Conflicts and our Jetlag the Game proved massively successful at driving huge numbers of subscriptions. Staff headcount ballooned, especially in the engineering department, as they staffed up to build apps for new platforms like Roku and Samsung TV. We also finally had the money to build our own streaming tech, which freed us from some of the technical limitations of Zype's white label offering. And we geared up to produce our most ambitious slate of originals to date with the co-production funding CuriosityStream would provide. But this is a good chance to acknowledge failure. Now, failure is inevitable in business. It's truly part of the process. You try new things carefully, and success is defined by your batting average. If you win more than you lose, you're winning. Nebula Classes, however, probably pulled down that batting average. It sounded like a great idea at the time. Through COVID, creators were earning massively by making online classes. We were constantly approached by various class platforms who wanted to sponsor our creators, and so rather than promoting their services, we thought it better to build it into Nebula so we could promote our own service and keep all the customer revenue in the ecosystem. In all honesty, we were trying to capitalize on a wave of popularity that was relatively aligned to what we were already doing. Unlike when we launched Nebula as a whole, we had a good amount of cash on hand to invest in this thanks to CuriosityStream's investment, so we wanted to launch strong. We built out a section of the website and apps for it, we built the back-end tech to allow for multiple tiers of membership, and we invested a lot in content. We launched with 6 classes, and each was high quality, shot in a studio in New York, well edited with motion graphics and everything. That's to say, they weren't cheap. We then planned to release a new one each week, which meant organizing a dense production schedule. It was a massively complex, large-scale undertaking, but the engineering and production staff made it all happen without a hitch. The problem was that the concept just wasn't resonating with customers.
Unfortunately, that's so true. like, as interesting as it is to learn new things, not everybody wants to. It's not going to appeal to everybody. Nebula classes were kind of the main reason why I felt it was more nerdy. I mean, I get that. It's about educating yourself through content, which does kind of come off that way. A lot of people just they want to engage in some kind of escapism with the content they engage with. They just want to turn their brain off, laugh at anime girls on the internet kind of thing. Some people do want to spend their time learning new things, but it's unfortunately not the biggest piece of the pie available to the people who consume content.
We initially sold Nebula classes as an additional tier above normal Nebula. It was $100 a year by itself, or a $5 a month upcharge for existing subscribers, which might seem like a lot.
Wait, $100 a year? Or $5 a month? That yearly thing sounds like a ripoff, but that might have been poorly explained.
Was actually lower than competitors with similar production quality. We ran sponsorships on this and had some minor wins, but on average there was clearly audience confusion, as we also ran bundle sponsorships on the same channels at different times. We couldn't promote classes in bundle sponsorships as classes weren't part of the bundle, so in a way we were competing against ourselves and losing. Some people were upgrading. It wasn't some massive failure, but hardly enough to justify our rate of production. Ultimately, creators could improve sponsorship performance more by making Nebula originals, so that's what they would do. It was also clear that by the time we launched, we were on the downslope of the online classes wave. We were far from the only class platform struggling to find product market fit. So ultimately, we decided it best to just have one Nebula. No upcharge for classes, we'd make it available to all subscribers and simply slow down our production calendar. It was an important experiment, and while not a direct, overwhelming success, in a way, the marketing test we did for it proved crucial for what was to come. Our biggest, most existential experiment to date. Come late 2022, as indicated in their quarterly reports, CuriosityStream was looking to pull back their growth rate and orient more towards profitability. COVID was dying down, screen time was lowering, the streaming industry overall was weakening, and so it made every sense in the world for them to switch from a growth orientation to a profit orientation, as all growth-oriented companies that survive eventually do. I assume for these reasons we got word that they wanted to significantly pull back on marketing spend through Nebula bundle sponsorships. Clearly, this wasn't something we wanted. Not only would it slow Nebula's growth rate, but more crucially, it would reduce how much we could pay creators to talk about Nebula on YouTube. This was still the primary way creators were earning through Nebula. While watch time payouts and originals were significant, payouts for YouTube sponsorships about Nebula were far more so. So the natural next question to ask was, could we just do sponsorships ourselves? You'll notice that nearly everything advertised in a sponsorship at the end of a YouTube video is an online subscription-based service. For some reason or another, these are just what works best, and here's how those advertising campaigns work in the background. Let's say a service costs $10 a month. Every service has data on how long the average subscriber sticks around. Let's say it's 27 months. That means the average lifetime value of a sign-up is $270. It might actually cost, say, $5 a month to run that service, meaning per month there's $5 left. A good bit of that has to go to actually getting the customers in the first place, to marketing. Knowing there's $135 left in the average lifetime value, the company will decide on a target average cost per acquisition. Let's say it's $75, leaving $60 in lifetime value for profit that can be reinvested in platform growth or just taken as profit. Now that $75 target cost per acquisition acts as the central success metric.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I'm getting a little lost on this map. I'm not the brightest person.
For marketing, and when an agency designs a campaign with creators pushing the service, their payment will be designed in the background by this number. If, on average, they drive 100 signups per video, their pay will be roughly $7,500 per video, and either the agency or the service itself will evaluate spots as they run to make sure the long-term average cost ends up at or below $75. This works quite well. The only issue is when that $75 needs to get paid. Here, right when the customer signs up. But on the company side, after the $5 in monthly operating expenses, it's going to take 15 months for them to capture that $75 back in revenue. You essentially need to spend $75 to eventually earn that $60 in profit. Put another way, you need to invest it. This is the role of investors in these startups. Companies can have an entirely viable business model, but just need more cash in the bank to pay for the marketing that leads to growth. But we didn't want to take more investments. We didn't want to give up more ownership of the company. So the
Okay.
question was, could we use the couple million we had in the bank to kickstart growth at a fast enough rate? We were sure we had a viable business model. We had years of proof that we could get a customer through YouTube sponsorship for less than their average lifetime value. The question was when that cost per acquisition was recaptured. If it was quick, in the first year or so, we were in business. The math worked out that we could maintain or even grow our monthly marketing spend as we would recapture revenue fast enough to reinvest it in new marketing. If it was slower, if we didn't recapture target cost per acquisition until far in the future, the careful balance that had made Nebula work where so many close equivalents failed could all come crumbling down. Today, we're 5 months on from the switch to direct marketing, and I won't bury the lead, it went off better than our wildest expectations. Crucially,
Howdy, Demon
over
Fox.
80% of signups are opting to pay for the annual subscription rather than the monthly one. Considering we pay creators for Nebula sponsorships the day after they go out, that means we actually get a year's worth of revenue before we even pay for the promotion. In this case, that entirely eliminated the cash flow constraint because we make more day one on an average signup than our average cost to acquire a new customer. Of course, that doesn't mean we turn a day one profit. We have operating costs beyond marketing,
What?
but it means we have a marketing strategy that could theoretically expand basically infinitely. Zero cash flow limitations. In just a few short months, we went from spending $0 to more than $500,000 on marketing per month, and we are earning back more than that in the same month. I can't stress enough how incredible this is. We, the creators, are now entirely in control of our own future. With this
God damn, they got a lot of money thrown around with that. They've... Oh, shit. They've clearly put a lot of effort into their platform, and hey, at least it's working out for them.
we're charting our most ambitious slate of originals to date. We're bringing in new creators. We're investing in our tech. There is so much that this big risk has unlocked. Right now, it feels like the last couple of years have been an overwhelming success, but I truly believe that, looking back, we'll consider 2023 much like we see 2019. The turning point that makes previous success the backstory you just have to get through to get to the good part. We have learned so much. So now we understand what people want, and we have a company configured to offer that. I truly cannot wait to show you what we can do. Now I need to do thank yous. When describing Nebula's history like this, it feels like its success was defined by decisions. And while partially true, those decisions could only lead to anything thanks to the sum of small collective actions made by dozens, hundreds, thousands of people. First and foremost, the staff of Nebula and Standard. Unlike us creators, they do not get the public recognition for what they do. They pour their passion into servicing our passion, working day in and day out to build a system that allows us to do more of what we love to do.
Truth. You gotta respect the back-end workers. They put in so much effort, and they help out so much. You get less of them with, indie VTubers, but, like, I mean, there are people in the background that even help out my channel. And while they do prefer to remain anonymous, I definitely thank them for their contributions towards the channel.
Nebula truly could not exist without them. Us creators could not exist without them. So I'm endlessly grateful for the work they do. Second, the creators. The community that has arisen out of Nebula and Standard is just incredible. Every day we talk, celebrating our wins, commiserating our failures, searching for solutions to problems. We go to conferences together, we go on vacation together, we go to each other's weddings, and we'll be at each other's funerals. I truly don't know if I could have navigated the stresses of life as a creator without them, and I know Nebula would have failed without our collective vision for a brighter future for the creator economy. Lastly, the subscribers. I could never have imagined that people would look at Nebula as anything more than a company, something trying to separate them from their dollars. But I was wrong. There is an unbelievable community of people who not only use Nebula, but have latched onto the same vision we have. They celebrate our wins and help show us where we can go stronger. I'm constantly in awe of how much forgiveness they gave us for scrappiness on our bootstrapped early days, and we could not have come to today without that. Thank you for taking a risk on us. I hope we proved it worthwhile, and I promise that we'll only work harder to make that even more so in the future. To close out, I had to pay for the production costs on this video somehow, and it kind of felt weird to make it feel even more like a big long Nebula ad by putting a Nebula sponsorship at the end, but it felt even more weird to put another sponsor at the end, so I'm gonna go with the less weird option, but keep it simple. If you aren't subscribed to Nebula but want to check it out, use our link, nebula.tv/Wendover, where you'll get $20 off an annual subscription, bringing the cost down to just $2.50 a month. Thank you for caring enough to listen to this story. It's a wild one, and I hope in a few years we have an even better one to tell you, thanks to you.
I did not, wow, expect all that. That is the kind of thing I'd like to see out of other platforms and whatnot. Like, with all this worry over controversy on like Kick and stuff, Nebula is just kind of not really talked about, at least in these spheres that I'm in. I've heard the bigger creators talk about it on their channels and stuff, but not like none of the smaller creators. And I don't know how much market there is for VTubers on there. I know we are a pretty niche market, so to speak. There are definitely there's more interest in non-VTuber creators than there is for VTubers. But hey, I'm gonna keep on trucking. Keep doing what I do. Big stretchy. I will be talking with a Frenea in about half hour. So, I don't know, I got some time to kill until then. Maybe I'll play a older video of mine while I go take a break. Because, like, A, I gotta go to the bathroom. B, I would like to smoke more weed. That sound? Trucks? No, they couldn't. What reference am I missing? I'm scared. Pinned messages. That. So I have that. Oh, it's in pinned. I don't need to worry too much. You're gonna head off? Okie dokie. Thanks for stopping by, Al. Always nice to chat with you. Oh, you'll DM me that reference? Please do. Videos. Let's play something. Something not too long, but not too short. Oh, I'm still recording. Now I'm not. Let's play. I don't know what to play. That one's kind of. I know. We'll talk about drag. Or I'll play a video about drag while I go unwind. I'll be back at roughly the top of the hour. Not terribly long away. Unless you're thought policing and you're thinking to yourself that these people are secret. Wait, is it actually playing or is it actually showing up right? Yes. Okay. Okay, see y'all when the video ends. Unless you're thought policing and you're thinking to yourself that these people are secretly getting off to the idea of engaging in this kink around children. Is that what you're arguing? Jiggle, 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 jiggle. Surprise, surprise! There's some nerds that want to do some drag, and reactionaries are mad about it. Let's see what people have to say about the all ages cosplay drag show at Anime North coming up. Oh my god.
What up, YouTube? What is going on? Welcome back to Dante's Rant Room, and I am your host, Dante. We are back with one
Hi, Dante.
more video. Happy freaking Friday, guys, and welcome back to the show. So, Anime North is receiving heavy backlash on Twitter to the point that they even had to turn off the comment section. As you all know, the topic of drag is heavy right now in the country, in America. Well, I guess in the
Why is that? Why is it such a heavy topic?
Western world, I guess, to be precise. Not because people are really against not trans,
Ooh, interesting. You made that slip up right there.
drag per se, because we all know drag's been going on for a while, like strip clubs and burlesque. But the thing is, we all know that drag was usually, up until recently, just a thing for adults, not for children.
Yeah, just like beauty pageants, except there are still child beauty pageants still going on, and those are far more disgusting than drag. I don't even like drag. For the record, I don't like it. But I'm up for defending it because it's just a freedom for expression of the people. There's no harm behind drag. There is harm behind child beauty pageants.
That's why there's heavy amounts of backlash from all over the place
All over the place, or certain kinds of people?
about the topic of drag. So Anime North put out this flyer, right? It says cosplay drag show, North Ballroom TCC, Friday, May 26th at 8:30 p.m. And this is where people get upset. All ages are welcome. What the? Bruh.
What's the problem? If it's intended to be all ages and there's no sexual stuff going on, what's the problem?
That is the problem. I believe
No, what's the problem, Dante? What's the problem?
drag, much like strip clubs, much like burlesque, anything that is hyper sexualized,
It's not inherently hypersexualized, you just think it is that way. I'm willing to bet because you have some kind of fantasies. I don't judge, I got same kind of fantasies.
needs to have an age restriction.
No, it doesn't. If it's just people dressing out of the norm and then doing stand up or singing songs, there is no actual harm behind that. Like, again, I don't even like drag. I've been to some drag shows. I've never once seen people tipping at any all ages drag shows. At least not in person. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened online or if it has happened in general. But so many people are saying, like, this one instance means all forms of drag are bad. And guess what? The people who tend to be pushing back against drag in general are kind of people that, well, they want to see that trend, that tag trending. It's people that explicitly don't like trans people. It's people that explicitly don't like having gender non-conforming people in their vicinity. They don't even want to hear about us.
Okay? I don't care about drag. I don't care about strip clubs. I don't care about burlesque. I don't think any
You don't care about it. That's why you're making a video condemning it.
Anyone, most people don't give a shite about it. But what we care about is the fact that children, should be far away from any type of adult performance. That is...
Dude, there are vastly different performances for all ages shows and adult only drag shows. Are you that dumb? Seriously.
where so that is why stuff like this gets a lot of attack, a lot of heat, because they refuse to separate kids from drag, right?
Drag is not inherently sexual. You just think that and don't give a shit about actually learning about it any further. I don't give a shit about it, but I've at least given enough of a shit to figure out what I'm talking about regarding drag.
So they're receiving lots of backlash on Twitter, and I'm going to
Wonder from
show
who?
it to you guys. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think children should be allowed at drag shows, even cosplay drag shows? And will you be attending Anime North, or are you telling them about themselves on Twitter? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section. And before I continue, guys,
I'm not going to be going to Anime North because I don't really travel and I'm poor. But I have no issue with them doing a public, all ages drag show. The hosts are 100% aware of the optics of what they engage in. They're 100% aware of what reactionaries like you say about people like them. So they're not going to have anything even remotely sexual. You're just pissy because you think a man in a woman's dress is sexual on its own. Like, seriously, that's the mindset they're running with.
welcome back to Dante's Rant Room. Make sure you guys subscribe for more content like this in nerdy culture. We talk a lot about controversial topics and censorship in anime, manga, and gaming. And let's get this page to 2K subscribers. I really appreciate you guys' support. And let's jump right into it. So as you can see, comments have been turned off, and Anime North says, we had to close replies to this tweet due to inappropriate comments received. I wonder why.
Me too. Let's see what kind of people are pushing against it.
I wonder why. Now let's check out some of these comments, right? It says, where is the anime convention? Not here for a pride rally.
Not a pride rally. It's one fucking panel about drag. It's not going to be the entire goddamn convention. Quit being such a snowflake.
Going on. He has Trump saying, yeah, you can see it for yourself on your screen.
A lot of drag performers are gay. What's the problem? What's the butt of the joke? The fact that they're gay. That's why I think you're reactionary and homophobic.
Going on. What is this garbage? Yeah, people are not fans. Oh, someone even reported them with 218 likes. Another one from the very
I will give this guy credit. He actually shows higher like numbers than Rev.
popular show, The Community. Yeah, people are not happy about this. People are not happy.
And look, hey, another one that's just making gay people the butt of the joke. I really bet he doesn't really give a shit. Oh, I wonder if he's going to endorse this one. That is the funniest fucking thing to me. People that defend lolicon that call drag pedophilia. That is the funniest fucking hypocrisy to me.
It says, someone says, where's the anime?
Where's the anime? In a cosplay drag show? Really, bro? Fucking big brain.
Makes you wonder. Another comment. This is pedophilia and
Pedophilia.
shameful. Gross.
Okay, so you're just highlighting it. You're not actually going to share your opinion? Cute. So you only really care about promoting the hatred being spread here. You don't actually give a shit.
And someone said, excited. Oh no. Emma. Oh no. What's up with that? Listen, it can be excited for you to go, as long as you are, of age, but being excited for an all-age drag show, I don't.
Again, what's the harm with all ages unless you think that people wearing gender non-conforming clothes is inherently sexual, which it isn't. I will go further and say that there are people that are saying that kink at Pride is the exact same thing, and I would argue it is not. There is a difference between fully engaging in the sexual side of your kinks or just playing around with the safer side of your kinks, like people in puppy masks on leashes at Pride Rally. Is it cringe? Yeah. Is it harmful to children? No.
Oh no, man. I don't know. Let's continue. You have a comment here in Japanese. Now, I can't. Can I translate this tweet? Okay, it says, Westerners exploiting our pop culture while promoting pedophilia and decadence. Stop this.
Really? You're not going to address, you're not going to mention the pop culture promoting pedophilia with certain types of art? That's just not going to be addressed here? Because of course they just defend that art.
Abominable act immediately. This got 620 likes. So people, for the most part, are against this particular event. Are you against this event? Let me know your thoughts in the comments section. Going on. I see nothing anime in there. Just a bunch of Yankees in drags promoting pedophilia. Don't bother blocking me because you can't block the truth anyways. All ages equals make pedophilia illegal again. I think that's where people have the problem. The fact that they are making this an all ages event, that's my biggest issue.
Your biggest issue is that it's promoting drag to kids when all you've done is cry moral outrage at gay people. It's literally what this is. It's just people wanting to have fun making entertainment out of exaggerating gender roles. That's what drag is. But no, you guys see that as cross-dressers and think sex fiends. You're not actually thinking about things. You're just jumping to, oh, it's a sex thing. It involves kids, pedophiles. This is the exact same fucking logic that antis use against lolicon, except these people are using it against queer people that aren't even engaging in sexual activity around kids. They're just calling us pedos and perpetuating that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, do you?
Also, that see nothing anime in there, are they stupid? There's literally cosplays in there.
Have your fun. I don't care. If you're an adult, listen, you could drink, you could smash, right? You can do whatever you want. So yeah, enjoy your drag show as long as you are of age, as long as you.
What's so bad about drag inherently? Justify that fucking point.
You are an adult. That's all I think most of us care about. You know, at least, I'm talking about at least 18 years, right? At least. Or 21. I don't know. You guys pick the age of that. 21, right? Or something like that. I don't know. This is not.
Kike on the front page of Sailor Moon. Is that not anime? The only way that they want to see in trying to make everything sexual when it's not. Yeah, exactly. This guy's a very punchable trachea. I mean, he's got a nice voice. He's just got shitty points.
Anime, what the F is this garbage? A freak show going on. Who asked for this? It says, P show, purge him. Love reading angry conservatives in the comments. Anime is not for you. That's not the point. I don't think it's all conservatives. I think
Really? What progressives are pushing back against an all ages drag show? A public thing that will be constantly scrutinized by conservatives. You really think they're just going to make sexual remarks and jokes towards children when they know people like you will be emphasizing any sort of thing that they could take out of context and paint them as pedophiles? Holy shit, dude. Grow up.
I think the people who just like, nah, you know, like I don't care about drag shows. I mean, go ahead and enjoy it.
You don't care about drag shows. Sure, that's why you're calling it pedophilia, just because it's all ages and you don't actually know what the fuck happens at an all ages drag show.
Enjoy your show. You are an adult. You deserve to enjoy whatever kink it is that you have.
Right there, exactly. It's not a kink for most people that fucking engage with drag. It's enjoying and making fun of the over exaggeration of gender roles, something that a lot of people are sick of, honestly. They don't like the boxes that they're put in society. So people do use drag as a way to mock and bring attention to those problems that need addressing. Is it always inherently that way? No. Sometimes it's just a guy likes to dress up as a woman and make funny jokes. Where's the kink in that? Unless you're thought policing and you're thinking to yourself that these people are secretly getting off to the idea of engaging in this kink around children. Is that what you're arguing? Or are you just trying to make any sort of all ages drag look bad?
But when it's for all kids, that's where I think most people with common sense draw the line.
No, most people with common sense actually don't give a shit about drag. They just literally don't care.
See, she replies, vice versa, my guy, vice versa.
Maybe his kink, like he seems to not be able to see drag without sexual elements, so maybe that's where his bias comes from. Yeah, that's true. You never know.
Anime is for normal people.
Actually, anime is for a bunch of weird nerds online. I'm one of them, so don't get pissy at that. If you go to a cosplay convention, there's always gender bending. 100%, always, every time. I'm slow on common sense, but I have more than this douche nozzle.
Which is us, not the Republican cult. What is even going on? I don't think it's about Republican and Democrat here. I don't think it was.
Okay, so you have no idea what's going on with the political situation of the United States. You should really look into what people like Ron DeSantis say about trans people like me. Cosplay conventions always have gender bending because people like to dress up as the one or the other characters. Like, so what? Yeah, exactly. There have always been people gender bending, especially fucking Sailor Moon. Like, how? Just literally a dude with full beard, dad bod Rapunzel, dressing up in Sailor Moon garb is technically drag, but nobody gives a shit until it says all ages, and then they just start going in, oh, you're sharing your sexual fetish with the world. It's like, wow, nothing sexual about it. Exactly. Want a fursuit so gender factor is completely out? Oh, totally fair. I've seen enough cosplayers, especially ones that are VTubers and are friends, dress up even male characters from anime and games. Yeah, I mean, not everybody will only cosplay as characters that share a gender with them. Sometimes they cosplay as characters that they just really, really resonate with, that they really, really like.
Even part of the conversation. I don't think half the people, I'm going to assume they're not conservative or Republican.
Really? Really? You're going to assume the people that are playing along with the drag is pedophilia rhetoric are not conservative and Republican? Or they don't at least have those biased influences? Like, bruh. I know people don't want to think about politics, But holy fuck, if you honestly don't know the political state of America right now, and you're saying, and you're just dismissing people making comments that are actually referencing that. Okay, there's like another 10 minutes in that video. So if you want to catch the rest of that, you go right ahead. It's not that hard to find in my stuff. But I am back now, more or less. Why am I tilted? I mean, we were just listening to that video, so you can guess there. But no, my... Come on, tracking, reset. That's a little better. Okay, actually, yeah, no, that's fixed. Sweet. Yeah, my tracking program gets a little weird. Just a little. Wait. Where's my hand tracking? Hello? Oh, crap. I gotta relaunch that, huh? Close. Close. That one stays open. They just don't want to outright admit they're attempting an apartheid, if not genocide. Yeah. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of bad shit going on in the US. And most people just don't want to even address it. They don't want to think about it. So they pretend it's not even happening. Just makes things worse in the end. Excuse me. Log in. That program. Use animation. Happy idle. That's good. Send to external app. Start. There we go. Now I got my sway back. I got my hand tracking back. Come on. Come on. Really? Is it not? Source 3? Come on. Close that, close that. Stop the sway for now. Come on, I want my hand tracking back. This is why I need a leap motion. It's so much easier to just leap motion. I gotta use like 3 different programs. They're starting video. God damn it. Yeah, that's tracking the right microphone or the right camera. Can't go one day without seeing one of my friends involved in drama or starts the drama. I know the feeling. I haven't actually checked your DM just yet, Raj. Droid cam. Work, god damn it. Because I want to call Frenea. But I want my hand tracking. Check if the app is open and ready. Oh, wait. Is it because I'm watching YouTube chat and not having that open? Oh my god, it literally was. It was literally because I didn't have that app on the front of my phone. I might wanna. Holy shit! Give me 1 second to actually load up my hand tracking. I really like my hand tracking. I want my hand tracking. Okay, now it's capturing. Good. Good. Now, sweet. There. Yeah. Okay, hide that. I can minimize that. Still got my hand tracking. Good, I still got my hand tracking. Minimize, 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 minimize. Oh my god. Okay, what the hell is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah. God damn it. I don't want to get into that on stream. Instead, I'd rather talk with Renea. Am ready to call. Aside from what's it? Aside from this call from Frenea, I should do my telenym questions. I keep forgetting to do that. Big cough. So I'm gonna finish off my interview with Frenea that we started during my Prideathon 24-hour stream. I wish I knew about the VODs, so I could have cut the VOD in two for that stream. But, anyways, we're going to finish off like a handful of questions, and then we're going to move on to talking about some VTuber related topics. Anyways, I believe we are good to get started. When ready. She's calling. Howdy.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I gotta set up the PNG.
Oop, hang on. All right, take two. I got hit with a drive-by Windows update last night, and it disassociated my microphone from where it should be.
Oh goody! Don't you love when that happens? It's like the
Oh,
best when it's the stream software right before stream.
Yeah, I was actually having that happen to me yesterday as well. It's like, oh, great. Why are my alerts not giving me sound? They're giving the audience sound, but they're not giving me sound. Why is this? Oh, I see.
It's
Time to
just so
go for a
frustrating.
pursuit for the setting.
Okay, where is it? That's group PNG. I don't have one for guest. What the hell?
One moment.
Browser? What's a stream without scuff?
A miserable pile of secrets.
True.
Should be this one. Should be my individual.
No, not 6001. 1080. There. We're not going to have to worry about the blockiness that we had with the Prideathon stream. That was a bit of...
Last time I came as a group. This time I come as an individual.
True.
Oh, I see I'm a browser source. Excellent. I've been promoted.
Wait, what? I mean, yeah, that's how
There we are.
PNGs. So, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody again?
Certainly. Hello, hello. I am Fornea. I am a variety/retro VTuber, mermaid of the sea. And, well, we met last time when we were doing the, I suppose the shotgun interview approach, I suppose we could consider it, where you just kind of were throwing interviews all over the place, and I was just like, ooh, can I have one, please?
Yeah, because typically they go like, oh my god, hour and a half, 2 hours long, but I had to limit them to 1 hour each.
Yeah, that was certainly ambitious when I thought about it. It's like, geez, this is quite the question list. You're going to try to fit all of this into 1 hour and then have tangents as well. Good luck, honey.
And I seemed to manage it.
Most people didn't actually make it through the question list. We came close, but didn't quite make it. We were short, like, what, 3 questions?
Yeah, I think it was like 3 questions that you and I didn't get through. I think only 1 or 2 people actually got all the way through the questions.
I did watch all of them, and I did leave a comment on each of them. I wanted to make a point of that.
And every little bit helps engagement. So let's jump right back into it. Yay, they keeps disappearing on me. I guess we'll start off with, because we had some questions that you did want to redo your answers to.
So when we originally were doing this, like prior to going, I had, reviewed the questions and had some thoughts about them. And then in the spur of the moment, because I was coming immediately out of a tabletop collaboration with the Astral Hammer, where I was, role playing, a rather excitable character, we'll say. My headspace was not my, default headspace. So when I came to like this question here or that question there, I was like, what was my answer? I'll just say the first thing that comes to mind. And in hindsight, it's like, okay, some of them, it's like, yeah, that's what I meant to say. And others, it was just kind of like, oh, this isn't exactly untrue, but I completely forgot about this other aspect, or, I was going to say something different. And upon reflection, I'm not too thrilled with that. So, I figure, if these things are supposed to be 2 hours long, well, then let's do it right.
Yeah, I mean, if we really wanted to do that, we could start over from question 1.
Oh boy!
But I mean, we don't really need to retread that same.
If you do,
we don't need to retread the same ground. But yeah, honestly, that's a bit of the curse of the live streamer made video format. Because, like, I swear to God, every single one of my videos, if I rewatch it, I'm like, oh, there's a better point I could have made right here. Every single time.
Absolutely. I know exactly how that is. I'm just like, oh, I could have said something else here. Why didn't I say this? Why didn't this occur to me? This occurred to me 10 seconds afterwards, and the moment was past, so I couldn't say it. Grr.
Oops, don't drink that way. I took a sip and my hand covered your face. I'm sorry.
Well, I'd rather you cover my face while you take a sip rather than you spilling your drink into your keyboard again.
Of course you bring that up.
I'm going to bring that up because after we've wrapped up and I went on to the crazy bus thing with Toasty Liebchen, Toasty spilled their drink and their keyboard and crashed the crazy bus. So evidently, everywhere I was going, people were spilling their drinks and then blaming the mermaid because they were drinking water or something. So you know what? I have been the victim of propaganda, vicious, horrible libel, and I am not standing for it. I am setting the record straight today.
I was not going to declare you the reason I made the sippy spill, but oh my god! What are the goddamn odds? Poor Toasty.
I wasn't even there 5 minutes, and then like I immediately just got gaslit by Nerdy. I was just like, oh, you spilled the water. Clearly, it's a mermaid that just airdropped N's fault. I'm like, excuse me.
Did you mention that it also happened to me previously within like the first 10 minutes of our conversation?
I'm almost certain I did. And it wasn't quite within 10 minutes. It was more like 30, 40 minutes, I want to say. It was like, it wasn't super close to the beginning. I've watched the interview several times.
But I mean,
at the very least, it didn't feel that way, I suppose.
I mean, it's out there on the VODs. We can definitely go back and check.
Definitely go check it out.
But like,
definitely go check it out by all means, and not just for that spicy moment. It doesn't help that oh, I know why it feels early, because you made that the highlight of the interview instead of anything I had to say.
Oh, god damn it, you're right, I did. But I do like to use a hook moment to really get people's interest in there. It's hard to
Oh,
really
no.
find a lot of stuff. Some things
No,
oh my god, some videos are so hard to find the clip for.
No, I totally understand. That's partially why I'm giving you a hard time about it. Not that I disapprove, but because you've already kind of given yourself a hard time about it. So I figure it's okay.
Don't worry, I'll make sure the clip for this video is definitely something that you say.
It's going to be me lighting you up right now.
I mean, I'm thinking of it. So, getting back to those questions,
Mm-hmm.
if you could collaborate with any creator, who would it be?
All right. So this was a question that, as I watched the interviews and saw how other people were answering it, I had just kind of thought of my mentor, Sarah Lene, and do I want to collaborate with her basically more than anyone? Yeah, I would definitely stand by that. But in terms of it being more of a fantastical question, like what's the pie in the sky, answer, which I think might be a little more of the intent of the question. In that realm, it's either going to be Takanashi Kiara or Nina Kosaka, who is going to be probably under a new alias because newsreels have occurred since we last had that interview. News cycles, rather. But both of them are very, chatty, outgoing tangent queen types, which, I I might find some commonality in that, and I think that we'd get along pretty well. But also further because Kiara in particular is basically the moment that I really, became on board with, okay, I am officially cool with VTubers in general. I think I may have spoken about this previously, but my initial impressions on the VTuber scene were not super fantastic because it was mostly just Kizuna and I swearing in English profusely, and I was not impressed by that.
What? That's what got me into VTubers. It totally wasn't Shy Lily being funny and lewd at the same time, and then entertaining. God, I would love to talk with her. But yeah,
You
no,
know,
I get how you can have that kind of impression of VTubers at large from checking out a Kizuna AI stream.
I didn't even look at the stream. I just saw a clip and I'm like, oh, is this what VTubing is? I'm not impressed. This seems tremendously, immature and childish and, low hanging fruit.
And then you look at
Afterwards,
VTubers, it's a lot of childish, low hanging fruit.
in a different respect, but at least it's not just, oh, we have profanity and little else.
Yeah, that's true. There is actually a big variety to VTubers at large. Also, who is this
Mhm.
lovely newcomer? This is Frenea. She has been on stream previously.
Hello, hello. Pleased to meet you.
She a mermaid.
So, that I am. Afterwards, I saw a clip of Corone, which was like, okay, this is kind of cute, but she has a dog aesthetic, and I actually have a dog trauma. Since then, I've kind of come to go like, okay, she's got dog aesthetic, but Corone is cool. I'm cool with Corone, but at the time, I was just not entirely there because I've been attacked by dogs many, many times and without provocation, and that kind of trauma is a little hard to shake.
Yeah, that's kind of
Uh,
gonna stick with you for a day or two.
a few weeks.
Not very
And
long, right?
afterwards, the next
Right?
event the next VTuber thing that I saw that I actually had an impression on was Kiryu Coco doing a collab with one of the Holo JP folks. I do not remember who it was at this point, but it was pitched to me as a native English speaker and a native Japanese speaker are going to play No Talking or Keep Talking and No One Explodes together, and I thought that sounded brilliant.
Oh my
So
god, that does sound amazing. I'm sure there are going to be at least one or two people in my audience, at least in the comments, that'll actually point out which stream that was. Please do. I want to watch that stream offline. I really liked Kiryu
it,
Coco.
it was definitely very solid, and that kind of is where my opinion started. Just like, okay, I guess maybe the next time I see something that seems particularly eye-catching, I'll check it out. And the next one that I checked out was Kiara, when she put her audience on blast about learning another language.
Like trying to encourage them to learn a second language?
Oh dear, I have that. There's the clip you should be watching. Basically, she opens it up by just kind of like rapping through her normal business, and then she cues music and is like, "But you know, a lot of us are learning all kinds of languages to speak with all of you, and you all think you can cruise through life speaking English, and you think that's enough? It probably is, but." And just she had this prepared, just putting her whole audience on blast, telling them to go out and actually go learn a language. Stop just saying, "Oh, I want to learn Japanese." Go do it. Go do it, all of you. And that made me respect her immediately because, you know, I had a very strong association of VTubers are idols, and idols have a very specific culture in Japan. So I was kind of leery about that angle, but I saw in that moment, idols don't do this. Like, this is not a thing idols get to do. They don't get to put their audience on blast. And that's where kind of my reservations were shattered. And in later, months, I came to learn that Kiara is someone who has gone through a lot of struggle and trying to do things, achieve things, and not getting anywhere or achieving anything, or not having her efforts be recognized and all of that. And then she finally found success, and I find commonality with that. So that's why Kiara is my actual favorite VTuber.
Okay, I get that. I also I haven't actually watched a lot of Kiara's streams, but I do have her on my Spotify, and I really like her songs that pop up.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, you had mentioned the idol culture part of VTubers, and honestly, that is a big kind of issue, I would say, because like people expect VTubers to act towards this idol culture because it's perpetuated a lot by the corpo VTubers like the Hololive and Ninji primarily.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
And like it's understandable because it does start as kind of all right, let's have virtual idols. It's kind of how VTubers, like, I'm amazed that VTubers didn't get called V idols at first by being virtual idols, since that was kind of the initial goal. But then the very realistic reality of it turns out that having the idol act up all the time on streaming isn't really a thing anyone can do. And turns out when you let the idols just kind of let loose and be themselves a bit more, it works out a little better, it turns out. So
yeah, people actually end up getting a bit more attached to them because they feel like they know their Oshi a bit better. Also, Marina, it seems like you don't know, but Coco is continuing on. She is one of the Vshojo girls. Just saying.
That's a trade secret.
It is, but she's actually fairly open about it, I think. Like honestly, most VTubers don't talk about their previous lives, but some do.
Yeah, the PL is definitely something to respect where it wants to be respected. She's also the type that absolutely does not.
Yeah.
At least for herself.
Yeah, like she's pretty open. I actually really like her. I would love to talk with her.
Mm-hmm. Definitely someone that is um, worth learning from, if nothing else.
Oh yeah, she definitely has tons of experience within the you know, creator space.
Pretty much.
She she's
But
got a
yeah,
following and she's earned it.
absolutely. And I'd mentioned Nina Kosaka, and my inclination to want to collaborate with her is not quite to the same level as Kiara's is, but she has kind of a similar personal history of long form struggle and non recognition for her efforts until she finally did. And so that's kind of something that I find commonality with because, in my own life, I have attempted many things, not really gotten anywhere with any of it. And so now it's time for the new thing and hopefully it works out.
Yeah, you just got to keep trying, see what sticks. I mean, I've I've been in content for I'm gonna say 2 years now, roughly. Most of it was actually just focusing on the streaming, and then part of it became focusing on those different creator interviews. My I Spy with My Little Eye, that wordy, terrible name that I kind of like because it's kind of unique. But
Mhm.
that didn't really generate much growth for me. What it does generate that growth is stuff that my commentary stuff that sticks around all the time. That's what gets people to click on my stuff. I'm gonna be real. I have a very generic style design. Like there are so many succubi out there, but
Mhm.
I'm still seeing growth despite using a fairly unoriginal design because I'm putting out pretty original content of that being my personal opinion on stuff in the VTuber community. It's
Right.
it's just something that it's kind of like an underserved niche somewhat because like
Mhm.
there are some commentators, there are a handful. Most of them tend to actually do offline edited videos. I want to see more people doing like live comment reaction stuff, like what I do. It's the kind
Right.
of
Like
content I want.
it feels kind of adjacent to false IDs news stuff.
Yeah, yeah. He definitely does some stuff online or like live streaming, but then there's also edited
But
offline
yeah,
segments.
there's editing out for watching later on, which it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Honestly, I love false IDs stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm particularly fond of the complete and total non-farcical feud he has going on with himself and Iron Mouse. I laugh at that every single time.
Yeah, he's a pretty good one.
Hmm. Funnily enough, I didn't actually start watching things VTubers say particularly consistently until after the it didn't reach litigation, but the threat of litigation from Niji Sanji about False's the thumbnails on YouTube for uh for the news episodes.
Oh yeah, I'd heard about that. False and Kyo both had copyright strikes on their channels because they'd
Right.
used Niji Sanji official art in their thumbnails. But
Hmm.
weren't the thumbnails like actual screens of like the streams they used or the live models rather than like specific art? It's like the representation of the person, the
Hmm.
persona.
Right. Like it likely boils down to that Niji Sanji didn't like, its talent assets visually being represented next to, unflattering, statements because, they put in the basically like the headliner statement next to the image in the thumbnail, so they probably just didn't like that part. So
It did
they
sound like
they went and adjusted that, and now they use their own crew for it, and the charges silently got dropped. And realistically, those charges, from what I understand from legal folks, are not charges that would have held. I mostly just, but that's all kind of tangential. What I found was I was like, oh, Falls should absolutely not stand for this legally. And then when he declared, I will fight this, I kind of was like, all right, I'm in your corner.
oh yeah. Because, like, they didn't copyright strike any of the videos that were speaking positively of Nijisanji. It was only the ones that were critiquing their behavior. So it's like, that's pretty petty of you guys to actually risk creators' livelihoods for calling you out on bad behavior you actually do.
Yeah, I didn't pay too much attention to, the actual specifics of which videos got flagged and which ones didn't, but it was pretty clear that it was just a don't use our intellectual property in this manner, strong arm attempt.
Yeah, I had actually covered a video from Kiyomaru, that it was giving his side of the story of where he was going, like, both False and Kyo were getting those copyright strikes over the exact same reasons, essentially, because
Mhm.
they talked about Nijisanji a few times, like multiple times, some positively, some neutral, some negative, because of whatever the subject of said video. And it was only the ones with negative critique of them that were getting these flags.
Mm.
So it was like pretty sus on Nijisanji. But like,
all I'll say further on the subject is I did notice that in the wake of that, False didn't seem to hold back on as much unflattering news regarding Nijisanji.
like, he actually went a little harder on Nijisanji after that came out.
There's a few newsreels that you should check out.
Can't use our official art critiquing them. Can't use fan art critiquing them. Feels bad, man. Yeah, relatable.
Anyhow,
What's the most amazing natural occurrence you've witnessed?
so at the time, I basically didn't really have a proper answer to this one. I actually thought of one in the wake of everything. And so the last year, I actually was invited to live with a friend of mine who lives in Florida for the summer. And, he was actually, teaching me how to cook. And I can cook now.
Oh, nice.
And I learned, because, I'm over here over on the Pacific side of things. Those kinds of super dense foliage, jungle forest arrangements that occur in the swamp, those don't happen over here. When you look over here and you look across the landscape, you either see the horizon or you see a mountain range in the distance and perhaps structures. Over there, you just have walls of trees that are like 20 feet high. You know how in like Ocarina of Time, you go into the Lost Woods and you just have like the tree textures that are just flat walls? It was like that as a personal experience.
Yeah, I've seen forests like that. It's kind of actually bizarre that they survive like that, but they do.
I took one look at that and I found it absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, because what lives in there?
Not even what lives in there. The plants themselves. I find plants to be very unnerving, I'll be entirely honest. And this is not just because I'm a water type.
I get it.
I hope so.
Tangentially. Or like completely unrelated, what Pokemon type would I even be?
Dark Fairy.
That's actually pretty obvious, yeah.
So the part that I found particularly unnerving about these tree walls were, you know, the very idea of being, like, say, on a road, you know, a transportation medium, and looking to the sides and seeing walls, functionally walls, while outdoors. That was very unnerving to me. You
Yeah,
know,
like you're
I'm
supposed to
not
be out.
I'm not the claustrophobic type. I actually hate being outdoors. I very much appreciate having, walls and a roof and all that other good stuff.
But then the
But being
walls are the
outside,
outdoors, and it's like your claustrophobia and agoraphobia play into each other, and it's like, holy shit, this feeling exists.
like, it makes me think of, the way that a lot of like eldritch horror writers will, angle towards, the idea of reality is behaving in a way that it shouldn't. Whenever, the eldritch thing is influencing upon the world or whatever, it's like, this is not how this is supposed to happen. That was kind of the feeling that I had. So, I would say that was what was the exact termage of the question? The most amazing natural occurrence was how amazingly horrifying that kind of tree line is.
It's like a cornfield, but like trees.
Oh geez, I'm a Dead by Daylight player. Don't talk to me about cornfields.
There's a lot of corn there.
Too much. I can't see. I live deep underneath the water. I don't see red. This doesn't work for me. This causes problems.
Fair enough, fair enough. Hypothetically, the zombie apocalypse is happening. Who are your 3 choices of people on your team?
So this one I just kind of want to make one slight adjustment for. I mentioned a friend that I had described, but did not really mention by name last time. The chemist one, if you remember that, or if you're going to go and watch the initial interview, by all means. After I sat and thought about it, I was like, wait a minute, I wasn't going to say that. I just kind of said it because, we segued into it from the prior question. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds logical. But no, realistically, the answer for who I would put in that particular slot would be my half niece. Because I care about her and I have a feeling that she would need someone that she trusts to make it through something like that.
That is very noble. Because it would not be easy to take care of a child during a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, she's in her teens at this point. She's in high school, but still.
Okay, so at least she would be able to somewhat defend herself when push came to shove.
It's far more, the psychological and emotional state of things, because like that's
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
be a lot.
Yeah, like when people say like niece or nephew, I think the age range of around like 8, 9 just
Oh
inherently.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is
No,
like,
I totally understand, but no. Yeah,
yeah,
it's definitely a thing where just, I would definitely want her to be okay, so I would keep her close in that sense.
I totally get that. I've actually got a zombie plan with my oldest IRL friend.
Mm.
We're going to meet at a mall in between our 2 places, and then make
Please
sure we
tell
take
me
care of
you're
each
not
other.
just going to go into a bar and wait for things to blow over.
Don't call me out like that. No, we'd meet at a mall and stock up on supplies, and then just try and find an actual place to hole up, kind of thing. Though a mall would actually be a bad idea.
Yeah, but there's kind of a lot of congregation there, so
Little.
odds are. Basically, be in the Ellie situation. Difference. I'm not a horrible person like Joel, or at the very least, I'd certainly like to think I'm not, because I actually do care about her and her well-being.
I don't know The Last of Us at all. Just saying. I don't have a horse in that race.
I will refrain from spoiling.
Okie dokie. I'm probably not going to play it, but there might be people in the audience that might want to play it eventually.
Absolutely.
Um, if you were a wrestler, what would your intro music be?
The answer I have for this one is going to be like a little bit to explain, and it kind of brushes up against spoilers. So I'm going to kind of speak around it a little bit. But if I were to be a wrestler, despite the fact of, everything being about me being the way I am, of, being a very preachfully positive person, I suppose we could say, like I want folks to be happy and I want, to do right by as many people as I can. I want things to be better. I want to help things be better and all that other kind of thing.
I
I would
mean,
absolutely in wrestling, I would absolutely be a heel because if you give me the opportunity to be a dirtbag, I am taking it.
okay, that was a completely different direction than I thought you were going to take that. Because, like, I was going to interject with you saying, like, you want to spread positivity and happiness. I'm like, I was going to say, like, you can still believe those things and then hit somebody with a fucking chair. But then you want to play a heel? Okay.
Look, I am the
It
one who
does
goes
seem
out and
fun.
argues with. I am totally going to be the one who goes out and argues with the ref while the person that I want to win is losing, so that the ref isn't counting. I'm the one who's going to like slip a chair to someone else or something.
Yeah, the person that's distracting the ref while the other person is bending the
Mm-hmm.
rules. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I do not identify with this with the common prevalence these days of goblin or gremlin. I more prefer to think of myself as a part-time rogue. When I want to be a rogue, I will be a rogue. Usually I don't, but occasionally the situation calls for it and I embrace it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes fun to be a little shit disturber. It
So
just
that being said, the track
depends on the
itself.
context and when, how you're doing it, kind of thing.
Hmm. The track itself, I'm not going to state the name of because it's actually a spoiler. I'm just going to say it is the penultimate final boss music from Blaster Master 03.
I've never heard of that.
You should play the Blaster Master Zero games. They are very, very strong, and the third one I think might actually have convinced me that it's like one of my favorites. Like I can't not think about it.
Master 03.
It's available on Steam. If you are a console possessor, there is in fact the Blaster Master Zero trilogy, which has all three games and even has voiceover in
No,
Japanese.
PC mustard race. Consoles need catch up.
I have to say I've never liked that particular termage, considering where the term master race comes
Yeah,
from.
I know. It's just kind of inherent response I gotta work on personally. It's mostly the mustard joke to me. Mustard ketchup, ha ha ha, but I recognize that it is problematic.
Yeah, like this is not a personal experience, but I did actually read an account of some kid in school who, throughout, the PC Master Race line when they were, doing like a pen pal thing. Turned out their pen pal was Jewish and not a game player, and none of the faculty were game players. So no one knew what they were talking about and thought they were sending a very, very different message.
That's kind of funny. Like in a
A
bad
little,
way.
it's a little funny in that, oh, this is absolutely horrible. But at the same time, that's the kind of thing that a statement like that carelessly causes, action and ignorance of. So that's kind of why I'm a little critical of that one.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. I don't drop that joke like often, but it's one of those ones that just keeps bumping around in my head. I gotta replace it with something funnier.
Yeah, Yahtzee's even gone on record to say that he actively regrets putting that phrase out into the lexicon and wishes that he could take it back.
Wait, zero punctuation guy?
Yeah.
He was the guy that coined it?
Yeah, it was in the, what do you call it? The Witcher review.
Oh my god, I have seen that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where he belted out the term. And, obviously he didn't think much of it at the time, but guess what? People latched onto it. And in the following years, he has actually put into writing that he regrets that, that sequence of termage and, particularly the way it gets used. He regrets it.
it kind of gets co-opted by some of the worst people. Like,
Mm-hmm.
some of the worst people actually ruin edgy humor because they don't understand the irony of the joke or where it's actually punching. They just think, haha, I relate and agree.
Right. And of course, then there's also, those who don't know any better and, just think, oh, this sounds funny, say it, and then realize, oh, this term has weight that I didn't realize.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize the weight behind terms and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on, what's the best piece of advice you've ever heard?
Yeah. Was that the one? Hang on.
I'm hanging. I don't need to clarify that because we're on YouTube.
I think this was one of the.
Would.
I think this is one of the. This is one of the questions we didn't actually get to. And that's why I'm like, wait, I know exactly what I would say for this. I think I didn't get a chance to say it, which is why it's here.
Law is a crapshoot? I don't know what that is. I know Murphy's Law.
Oh, I'm very familiar with that one. So the best piece of advice I've ever heard, and this is one I've actually extended to my half niece, is something that was told to me by a professor that I did not have for very long because I actually failed out of their class. But it was the statement of, if you are early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And if you're late, you probably shouldn't show up at all.
Interesting. I like the iteration said by Captain America. You're either late or you're early. Pick one.
Ah, that is a good one. There again, it's a Captain America line. Hard to go wrong.
True. And it was by Sam Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't try to get there on the dot. I try to get there a few minutes before. Though I'm typically hanging out in the area like a half hour early.
Yeah, I am definitely someone who is permanently bad with time. Like I will say, like, oh, I'll have the give me about 10 minutes, 25 minutes. I'm just wrapping up with whatever it was. So I find that advice to be particularly useful because then, if I'm going way over, which I have a tendency to do because my capacity for gauging time is horrible, then it does not actually cause problems in that event.
Yeah, I try to highball my times too. Like, if I think it's going to take me a half hour to complete a job, I'm going to say give me an hour. Just to give myself that little bit extra breathing room.
Seems we have a definition over there
What? Oh,
in
Poe's
your
law
chat.
talks about the irony needing to be stated. Otherwise, it will be taken literally. The zero punctuation thing probably represents that so well. Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's so many people that don't have the literary knowledge to realize when things are being ironic.
Either by being ignorant or being young, which is just another form of ignorance.
Yeah. At least I don't
One of them is more
directly.
forgivable.
I'm more forgiving towards being young because you get the excuse of you've hardly been on this planet. There's
the
a
new
lot of stuff you can not learned yet. There's a lot of stuff I haven't learned yet,
You got to take it easy on the new guy.
but only for like a week. Then you can go after them hard.
What? You repeat offended? All right. My grace has been expended.
That's got to be your quote or your catchphrase when you're like going out to wrestle.
There you go. There you go.
It'll be perfect. So, what things in your life are you grateful for?
That's a fairly easy answer, I would say. If there's one thing I'm good at, that I've found, it is the fact that I am good at making friends. So I am very appreciative for the friends that I have, the friends that I still have, and the friends that, I don't have anymore because we've drifted apart, but, things didn't exactly go poorly. You know, the whole Auld Lang Syne thing.
Mhm. Like,
But I'm appreciative for everyone that I've ever met that has, taken their time to speak with me, you know, help me out with something, allow me to help them with something, and just kind of, improve things in general. Like, I see folks, talking about, like, oh, I want to go out and live in a mountain and just be a hermit because I hate people. And I'm just kind of going, all right, I understand that there's frustrations to be had with, all kinds of societal, national, personal, or, you know, any kind of level of whatever in, you know, the social sphere, in whatever form it takes. But I would not absolutely ever be able to survive being, completely on my own and isolated. No way. Like, no,
yeah, I would go
I
mad.
might
I am
be
a
good
social
at being
creature. I need to talk to people.
I may not be good at being social, but I am definitely very social.
Oh, it's a skill. Hardly anybody starts out perfect at it.
Oh, sure. I'm just continually bad at it.
Well, you're not too bad in this conversation, just saying.
You're too kind.
Maybe. I am very naive. Fish necklace looks pretty cool. Is there lore behind it? Or is it just there for aesthetic purposes?
So, the feature on my necklace, that is a plesiosaur, not exactly a fish. And
Funky
my
fish.
variety of mermaid is mammalian, as opposed to, you know, fishy, we'll say, because there's not really a firm termage. I can say ichthyological, but that's going to be pretentious and not entirely accurate.
Scaly.
I Point is I am not, descended or related to fish. I am, I am. My people are descended from the plesiosaur. So think of things like Nessie from the Loch Ness, or for a more contemporary fictional example, Lapras in Pokemon.
Oh
Those kinds of
yeah,
things.
Lapras.
So you can't really see them in this particular PNG, but I actually have like side flippers, and I can use them to balance upon land. They're also used to help me steer through the water and all that other kind of good stuff. And the reason I have those is because my people are descended from plesiosaur.
I don't know where you did drop that full reference sheet. Because I have seen your full design. I just don't remember where. I was trying to pull it up.
Well, I can provide it to you very easily. One moment. There you are, complete with watermark.
Artist watermark?
Yep.
Perfect. There it is. Is this going to show? Or is it going to show on my other screen? It's showing the other one. Nice.
But
Boop.
yeah, that ancestry is also partially responsible for being generally larger than the most common, the more common mermaid perceptions. And I'm not expressly speaking upper body here either.
Yeah, like I
Oh,
don't know.
Oh, hey, nice YouTube window.
Thank you.
There we are. Oop, oop, oop.
Yeah, the sizing got all weird.
There we
But
are.
this is her full design. All the different colors too. Nice. I wonder
And
what kind
my
of background you would use for like a green screen, because obviously you wouldn't want to use green for your mask.
or blue for my complexion.
Maybe
It's
yellow.
probably yellow, honestly.
But I love that color. I'm kind of biased towards like the color of your tail.
Hmm.
I wonder why.
Hmm.
But yeah, that kind of is all the questions that we were wanting to go through.
I will say, since we're on the subject of my presentation here, the necklace is not the only piece of jewelry that I have. You can see in the other image that I have some rings as well. Those I'm going to be a bit more tight-lipped about because previously, you asked me, the history behind my chosen name, and I said that that's, a little bit of a secret and, for folks to figure out. And I'm just going to call attention to the jewelry as
Lobster ring.
specifically the rings as being clues for more or less the same mystery in a manner of speaking.
Wait, dragon design. I actually didn't realize that one before.
Yep, you can see a close up of it to the upper right of the image there.
Yes, I did pull that one up, but you
There
don't
we
have
are,
one
yeah.
for the left hand ring. I gotta zoom
Eh.
in on that some more.
Yeah, it's a bit easier to comprehend that one, so we didn't put the emphasis on that one.
It's an ocarina, right?
Hmm?
I kid.
No, that's not what it is.
I'm pretty sure it's a Nemo.
I enjoy the Dream Master as much as anyone else, but that is not an influence.
Is there anything else you'd like to really talk about or bring up?
Well, there's plenty that I am good to talk about. We kind of went over a few subjects beforehand. As far as off the cuff, tangential things, I sure picked a year to start being a VTuber, didn't I?
Yeah, you and me both. I should have started like a year earlier. I'd have been a lot further along by now.
Right? That's definitely a mood I've been having. I suppose another thing is regarding my model, because we did kind of touch on this a little bit last time. I do in fact have an updated prototype of my animated model right now,
Oh, really?
and yes, I still need to do a lot with it. I actually freshly have an iPhone 13, specifically so that I can use the thing effectively. I tried doing it with my horrible, outdated Android, and it was not up to the task. So I was like, okay, well, if I need to get new hardware for this, I'm going to get hardware that actually works and can do things. And for the first time in my life, I'm actually kind of excited about having a phone.
Well, I mean, if it produces the results you need, I gotta update the blend shapes of my model. It's getting kind of annoying, but I just haven't committed the time to actually properly getting that set up.
Hmm. Part of me is kind of regretting going for the 2D angle because my initial plan with the 2D was this is going to be a holdover while I learn Blender and I will make my own 3D. But as soon as I properly started VTubing and I stopped being in prep phase, I have not had the time or energy to learn Blender at all. So I wish I had just kind of gone for 3D in the first place.
Honestly, I definitely recommend that people start with like a PNG or a simple 3D model. Get used to it before you start commissioning like a live 2D model. Those get so expensive, and you don't need to drop that money on something that you're just starting off. You don't
And then
you
I
don't
also
always
find
know
them to
if you want
be,
to continue on with it either. Some people want to change their designs after a while. That can lead to
yeah,
thousands of dollars that they're dropping.
it's kind of been like, I'm kind of having, buyer's remorse about the matter in the terms of, well, is it going to be nice? Yeah, probably
Oh,
I'm going to say it's going to
absolutely.
be nice. But I could have had plenty of nice in less time that's going to be more mutable and easily modified and etc. without having to go through a tremendous process if I had just gone straight to 3D and just been willing to commission that in the first place. So,
Yeah.
whoops. Oh well.
Unfortunately, live 2D does look quite amazing, but it's hard to
If you
actually update it
if you
like
do it right,
frequently.
if you don't do it right, I don't think it looks that good, honestly.
I mean, yeah, it depends on the execution.
And even then, I'd still think that, 3D looks better, like shout out to the last seahorse who is entirely the reason that we've even know of each other here.
True.
Anytime I see their model in action with them, having the 3D and the hand tracking, face tracking, and everything else that they do with VNyan, like they have a script for their tail to just have very natural tail movements where it just kind of will select things. Like I've seen, the scripting tree for the tail, and it is absolutely huge, and there's no way you could do anything like that with, a 2D. And their model
I
is
have
it's
seen
just so
hand tracking for 2D, but it's like so clunky. This, my
you have to
hand
account for
tracking
so
is
many
weird
things.
enough, but it's like a third party app that uses a camera as what's hand tracking.
Hmm. Yeah, so but yeah, to get to my point, the Seahorse's model always looks impressive, and
Yeah,
from a production standpoint, I genuinely struggle to think of anyone who has a better looking, in motion model than Seahorse.
yeah, hers looks really, really good.
So yeah, I kind of wish I knew about Seahorse, a year back, because then it just be like, oh wait, hang on.
Right? Oh my god. I wish I had really put more thought into like my design a bit more for like what am I going to style my VTuber after? Oh, I picked something so fucking original, didn't I?
Well, I will say that Mermaid was one of several conceptual ideas. The other conceptual ideas were Cat Lady and the other were Cow Lady. So
Cat lady is pretty common. Cow lady,
it
not so
is.
much. But I have
Not
seen
so
some.
much.
Ah,
I suppose I'll also just say hello Milky Ways and just kind of leave it at that. Um,
giggity.
I imply nothing.
I imply everything.
Do
But
that with
yeah,
your own words, not mine.
fine. But
I will remind you, I am say so.
that is true. You are say so. I am the non say so one. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking, do I want to eventually redesign, re-debut kind of thing? I don't know what I would go with. I mean, VTubers can be anything, but most of us just end up picking anime characters.
I didn't really think about it at the time, but my posture here of being, in a more reclined state,
See anyone do
turns
purely
out, turn,
mechanical robotic? I've seen a couple robotic ones. I've seen
I've seen
some
that.
mecha girls.
I've seen that here and there, yeah.
I think
Turns
it's
out a lot
Lady
of
Ionia.
VTubers. Yeah, turns out a lot of VTubers present themselves as upright as opposed to reclined, so that's a distinction I have going for myself, apparently.
Apparently. Ionia? Yes. I know we're here to talk about Pranea, but like, here is one Robo VTuber. Just saying, they do exist. There's just not many of them. Like 15-foot tall robot, inspired by Transformers, I believe. But yeah, VTubers can really be anything that they want to be, but most of us are just different kinds of anime girls. That's where we end up.
Transformers is not part of my formative structure, but I will say the notion of having a sign off or whatever of VTubers transform and roll out does sound funny to me.
That does seem pretty great.
I,
I
I would
watched a
give that a
lot
10
of
of
Beast
10.
Wars, but not much
Mm.
of the other stuff for Transformers.
I have seen exactly one Transformers thing ever in my life, and I deliberately made a point of it being the worst thing possible. It was that Transformers like anime adaptation thing.
What? I thought you were going to say like the Michael Bay movies, which everybody says.
Oh no, 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 no. If I, I am a nerd. Two, I am actually a critical thinker. So no, I'm not going to go with the low-hanging fruit on that one. Say what one will about the Bay Formers. I've not seen them. I can't comment on them.
Fair enough.
I can say that this anime Transformers though, they don't have much of a budget for it, do they? Oh boy.
I don't know. I think I watched a bit of the latest one, like Earthspark or whatever it is, but like not a lot of it. It
I
was
couldn't
neat.
even tell you what the name of it was. I'd have to look that up, and I don't feel that it justifies itself sufficiently for me to expend that effort.
Totally fair. But yeah, if I were
I just
to
remember a big
re-debut, what would I
spiral.
want to go with? It's a hard question. In a
Hmm.
community full of main characters, how do you stand out?
I've noticed that there seems to be kind of a bit of a not a I don't want to say tribalism because that's not correct. Oh, how do I phrase this? Like, there's been kind of like subgroups of like common themes, like Like I fall into the category of C tubers, for example. So, it's like, and then there's B tubers who are, the VTubers who, are like B or B adjacent and, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, like
So,
honeybees and stuff.
right. So it could be just, all right, which of these, subcategories sounds appealing, and then just kind of be like, all right, I am joining this sub-community. Could be an avenue of consideration.
Yeah, I didn't really see the different subsets of the VTuber community when I picked my design. I was just like, well, what are the main things that really, or what are the big things about my personality, I guess?
Right, you're just looking
I'm very
to
friendly. I'm very sexually positive. I've slept with most of my friends. I guess succubus fits. Let's try being a
Right,
VTuber. Oh, there's
and,
so many succubi. Ah.
particularly the indie scene. And, in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with that or anything. It doesn't make you any less unique, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing something wrong for being in the commonality or anything like that. Like,
Yeah,
for
but everybody
example,
does want to express their individuality, and it's hard to feel like an individual when you're looking just like 15 other people.
well, if I may break out an anecdote real quick.
Please do.
So, prior to being a VTuber, I was playing FF14 pretty hardcore, wasn't doing a whole lot else. I will be
I can
entirely
relate.
honest, for several years. And, I play Mikote, and Mikote are the single most played. I don't like the term race, but they don't really offer you anything better in that one.
Yeah, no,
So
they just use races.
I'm going to say ancestry just to kind of put a forced point on the matter. At the very least,
Genealogy?
D&D is,
I don't know.
D&D is actually shifting to using ancestry, and Pathfinder 2 is already using it. So I'm going to go with ancestry.
Okay.
And Mikote are the most played and popular of the ancestries in 14, which surprise, surprise. But what made me distinct is that I would play a Keeper of the Moon, and Keeper of the Moons allow for blue skin complexions.
Yep. I started out as a keeper of the moon as well.
It
I was
turns
a
out
kitty boy.
blue moons very rare. In my entire career of playing FF14, which starts in late 2014, I have met less than 30 blue moons.
Oh, jeez.
So, through that, I've discovered that I was a rarity within a commonality.
Yeah.
Which, if I, excuse me, one moment. Choking on my own saliva.
Good fun, good fun. I definitely started out as a Blue Moon kitty, but I ended up shifting to Vieira because I wanted to be taller. And then I ended up shifting to Rogadin because I wanted to be taller. And not just through the ears.
Right.
And now I'm taller than Raubon. I like it.
You achieve the goal.
I achieved the height goal.
Incidentally, though, I just want, without doing the best I can to avoid spoiling things, around the point where you go to a territory, and I'm just going to say within Stormblood, you should be able to guess which one this is very easily. Where Mikote don't really happen, I felt like I was a lie because I'm thinking, I'm over here representing my people, and I am such an outlier of what my people look, act, and sound like. I feel like I'm living a lie.
Yeah.
It was just like, it's like, no,
I think I
indigenous
remember
peoples
that
do
scene.
not look upon me and think this is what my people are. No.
Yeah, like for me, that was a scene of everybody looking to a Giga Stacy Rogadin wielding a sword bigger than the like half of the adventuring party with her.
Right. But yeah, so, if you find yourself going like, okay, there's plenty of succubi, okay, sure. Not going to dispute that point. But there's something that you can do to make yourself a rarity within the commonality. It's just a matter of figuring out what that is.
And it seems for me, that's doing live react content. At least it seems to be working in some respects.
Possibly. If you're wanting to, I'm over here thinking of design considerations as opposed to activity considerations, but, it may well be an activity consideration for you, whatever.
Part of
It all
it's
depends on how you
activity,
feel.
part of it, I guess, would be design. Like, it's hard to really get people to click on a design that looks like everybody else. You do want to still kind of stand out. Personally, I find that if you do like a less detailed sort of thing, like you want to avoid going the over designed direction where the viewer's eye is drawn everywhere around the character.
Right.
I personally think I hit that nicely with my design, but I mean, you don't really know until other people actually tell you. And at this point, I'm kind of committed to the vest and the gloves. So, like, I don't care. I like it.
I do like the gloves, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I mean, mutual respect for the gloves. I love the long sleeve gloves. All the way
The
up
bridal
the arm.
gauntlets are probably my favorite. Like, there's so many things about my design that I like. It's hard to actually pick a favorite, but I think it might be the bridal gauntlets. Pulling the curtain a little bit. When I was speaking with my artist about, all this business, and you could see her watermark, Miss Sugar Pop. Definitely check her out. She is worth her price. Um, when we were just kind of, co-creating the design, because like I had some ideas and she filled out some of them on some other notes, like, the tail fin being based off of a beta fish as opposed to, other things. Like, that wasn't my idea. And, the open front dress, also not my idea. But, I'm very, very fond of open front dresses. And, the tail fin is fantastic. And I just took one look at those, just like, oh, this is perfect. My big idea was finding an actual photograph of Coral, and she took that photograph and just overlaid it upon the bridal gauntlets. What you're looking at there is the unmodified photo of Coral.
Really?
Really?
That is pretty cool to know about the design. Like, I was also wondering what actually inspired the tail. It's pretty cool to know that it was a beta fish that did that, because I used to have some beta fish.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other part of your design that really stands out to you?
Well, there's one that's very closely related to the bridal gauntlets, but I'm going to be keeping a little quiet about that one. And if you see it, you see it.
Okay, fair enough.
I
I'm
will
gonna go
say that
looking for it.
the React image you will not find it on because it is not on screen.
I'm looking. I'm looking.
Yeah, so having some guessing games going into my design was actually an active consideration of mine, because I was like, I want folks to, like, if folks just want to look and that's all they want to do, sure, fine, that's fine.
Pleasing to
Not
the
go-
eye, but then the
not going
people
to
that
judge
do
anyone.
want to dive deeper in, there are stuff that you can look further into and like try and figure out lore, find lore relating to it, or try and guess at the lore. Like, I've got that kiss mark. I hardly ever talk about it.
Yeah, like lore or, just personal interests or inspirations and those kind of things. So, I deliberately designed a few, and I'm dropping clues here and there, but not being particularly telling about any of them.
The mole is a more personal touch. I would not know.
I think they're referring to mine.
Yeah.
Since I have a beauty mark. I mean, the beauty mark works, doesn't it?
It does. It does its job.
Oh, there we are. That was my idea, I will say.
And it was a good one to have.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm tired. Even though I got a decent amount of sleep.
Oh boy, that was me the other day. I slept absolutely dreadfully the other day. I was just awake by virtue of the fact that it takes me too long to get back to sleep, and then I'm awake again in another 15 minutes. There's no point.
Oh my god, yeah, I can relate. And then even though there's sometimes no point, I still can't kick myself out of bed because, my cat's still in there and I don't want to move. I like snuggle in with him. It's sometimes so hard to go to work because of my cats.
But worth it.
Yeah, I need that bread.
Absolutely. Yeah, I actually am. I'm actually allergic to cats, but that doesn't stop me in the slightest.
That is unfortunate, and it also doesn't stop you from enjoying cat videos.
Oh, I don't need cat videos. I have a cat video.
Fair enough. I gotta be honest. The one thing that I miss being a live cam streamer is having my cat just appear on stream. Because I used to have a redeem that was called Gotham Time, and all I would do was hold up a brush, and then up came my kitty hopping on my desk, wanting to get his brushies because he's my little princess.
Mood.
Yeah, that's Gotham for you. He's got such lovely fur.
Not gonna have. I'll send one of mine over to you. I'd rather she not be on the internet broadly. I don't mind sharing one with you.
Fair enough. I might pull up. I don't remember where my last picture I sent of cats are. I don't feel like digging that up.
Understandable. Anyhow, so that's probably the last off the cuff tangent that I have not prepared. There was definitely a few things that we premeditated should be coming up as subjects, though. Probably a good idea to head to those now.
Sure, I'm totally down. Because I'm basically going to be ending stream after the end of our conversation, pretty much.
Right.
So, what would you want to step into for the next topic?
Well, the one of the larger ones, such as it is, as I have mentioned, I am a say so VTuber. Contrary to the manner in which I present, it's very easy to come to the assumption, looking at me as like, oh, this individual is exceptionally chested. They must be a lewd streamer. And no, I am not. I will say, initially I was kind of expecting things to go that way, but it turns out most of the people in my community are just my friends, and that'd be weird for me because I don't have that kind of relationship with my friends.
I get that.
So,
and a lot of people will just automatically assume you are, or you might be lewd leaning, especially with appearing on my stream, since I get a little
Mhm.
less say so than some people like.
Right. Obviously, I don't judge in that realm, and I'd frankly be a hypocrite if we were talking personal history, but that's personal history. But that
Eh,
being said, the very fact that there is, this association of, top heavy lady equals sexual, just as, an inherent thing, I find that intensely troubling.
yep, like there's a handful of people, to say the least, that will only fixate on the bust size of a creator, of a person in general, and like that's all they really think about regarding that person. Like,
Oh, well, I
it's
have some
okay to like such things, but remember that there's more of a person beyond the titties.
So I have some personal history to bring up here. So,
Ooh, dish.
once upon a time, I was in a given community that I'm not really going to speak about too much. But within that community, one particular illustrator kind of became, the unofficial illustrator of that community because, they would do a lot of very off the cuff fan art of, what the community was around, whatever the activity was, or like if the tabletop was going on, they would do some ad hoc designs of the characters and etc. And a lot of folks came to very appreciate, their ability and, the kind of flair and humor that they would bring to things, and they did very well in that. When it came to doing designs for my characters on, those offhand moments, because, I present the way I am, it turned out this caused tension, and they would always far underrepresent in that sense. And I didn't appreciate that. So when I actually had a conversation with them about it, they actually seemed to be rather judgmental about the matter. And they brought up an example that I thought was very interesting. They brought up some anime, I couldn't tell you which one, don't know, where at the very end of it, the leading lady is standing triumphant over, whatever it was she just overcame, and the leading lady is Chesty, and his position was because she was Chesty, he felt that it took away from the moment from a narrative level and on a personal achievement level because, she was chesty and the camera was looking at her in that manner. And so it seems to me that his idea was to reject the objectification that was going on there, but also missed the forest for the trees and just kind of defaulted to the only reason that she is this chesty is to be gawked at and that kind of thing. And, associated that with negativity. And that felt like a great big missing of the mark to me because that amounts to unwitting body shaming. And at the time, we didn't really have that termage to really lean on in common parlance. It was like I wouldn't even be aware of that term for, at least another 5 years.
I mean, yeah, I didn't know about that term either until, or at least I didn't directly think about it until more recently, I'd say.
Right. And, it's like within that same community, like, a friend of theirs was a lady who self identified as being, fat. I'm not going to try to use, like, more polite terms because there's nothing wrong with being fat in and of itself. And it's also how
True.
she identified. And she was also very always down on sizable chests. And that felt very hypocritical to me. Now, I couldn't speak on what these individuals think of in more recent years. They, as you might have guessed, were not folks that I particularly cared to hang around with. But at the time, I remember feeling that these were very similarly yet distinct postures of hypocrisy. One being, trying to stand up for one thing and missing the mark, and the other being an embrace of one's own body shape while demeaning other body shapes. And I find that that has, a continued prevalence, and we're only just now kind of starting to make some headway on that in a sort of kind of not really manner. So that kind of line of thinking is partially why I ended up ultimately deciding to uh, be a say-so streamer and yet still present as I do, because I feel that there is a woeful underrepresentation of, ladies who have, exceptional endowments, but are, treated with respect, on their own terms. Because if you look at, most common media, a chesty lady is going to be present for two things: sex appeal and or comedy, with her body being the joke or the way people react to her body being the joke. I can think offhand of
It
an
is
episode of
fairly
Two and
common, but then there's also the trope of the large-chested woman also can be like a motherly figure, like a la what's it, Lady Dimitrescu from
oh,
Resident Evil.
right. Uh, that's not exactly what I'm speaking of, but I know what you're saying. We can get around to that.
Yeah, it's more of a tangential point.
Sure. Um, of course, the way that people ran away with it, it did become an attraction thing. Let's be real.
Oh yeah, no, people. Holy shit, they simped after her so hard.
Unwitting gold struck by Capcom on this day.
Right?
But I can recall on, like once upon a time when everyone was watching Two and a Half Men before a lot of people realized, wait a minute, this show is actually kind of horrible. Um, there's an episode where,
Was it?
if you look back on it now, there's problems.
Fair
There's
enough.
an episode where like the more responsible, of the main characters is sitting in a waiting room alongside like a chesty lady, and like, oh, Mr. Responsible over here is flustered because he is attracted, but he doesn't do that thing, but he does, but he doesn't, blah, blah, blah. And
He does the thing,
it's,
but he feels bad about it, so he's a good person.
or, something. And realistically speaking, in that moment, was that lady objectified for, the sake of the joke? Yes. Because, this is not a regular character. She wasn't doing anything, in particular other than just existing. That's like her presence for being chesty was in and of itself the vehicle and punchline of the joke by her sheer existence. And I find a lot of people don't really think about that very much. It's like, okay, it's one thing to have a cheesecake character. I like cheesecake characters, as it turns out, but I find that I like them for very different reasons than most people do, because I'm interested in seeing, okay, here's this lady who's very cheesecakey. What are they going to do with her narratively and character-wise with her? Because they have set a precedent for, uh, a visual cue, a visual shorthand. This character is attractive. This character is conventionally attractive. So then, from a writing perspective, my head goes, all right, are they going to embrace this, subvert this? Where are they going to lead based upon this, shorthand precedent? And sometimes I'm pleasantly surprised. Other times it really is just that shallow. And I kind of wish more people would kind of look for, characters that have this as a written shorthand and try to look into more about them rather than they hot.
Oh my god. Blood goes to somewhere that isn't their brain, and that's why they can't think of anything else.
Hmm, hmm. Like another personal history is, there's obviously it is clear to me that there is a very aggressive disposition in, body judgment about these kinds of things. Way back once upon a time, well over a decade ago, I was a user of IMVU, back before the Fur Affinity acquisition thereof.
Oh my god, I remember that. I remember IMVU.
And,
Hey, Len.
I went on there and I presented, in a manner which is on, brand for myself. And I would use, like the random chat roulette thing where you would just be like, okay, connect to a person and start chatting. And I found that after I started doing that, usually the response I would get would be one of the 4 stock phrases that a top heavy lady receives, or active hostility. And that manifesting sometimes in the emotive use of violence, because there were some people who would just start using like the punch person emote on me just for my appearance. So they were literally attacking me for how I presented. And like the stock statements are, your back must hate you, or something like that. Something related to back pain, something, those are too big, something, you're only doing that to catch the attention of men, and and so on. The fourth one actually kind of eludes me because of, like, I don't really care to think about it because they're all horrible.
Yeah, and
But
honestly, they're not really worth putting any thought into. There's no actual criticism, or broader point. It's literally just shaming people for their body.
right, and the big point here is the fact that a lot of these are steeped in a form of ignorance, but the form of ignorance, interestingly, is different between them. Like the back pain one stems from from the ignorance of how does a human body react when it grows up adapted to sizable breasts. And in that sense, if you actually speak with most top heavy ladies out there, a lot of them will say that they're fine. Most of the ones that don't either have a personal thing that doesn't work out for them, or they don't exercise and take care of their body. Turns out not exercising and taking care of your body can be a source of back pain. And,
What? That can't be
and
where my back pain comes from.
sure, obviously there's all kinds of sources,
Yeah.
but one's mams are not going to be the sole source of it basically ever. If we're being entirely honest, it's like, okay, look into getting a properly fitting support because most are not properly fitting. Look into doing personal exercises because even folks who do not have, mammaries are going to be at risk for back pain if they don't take care of themselves. They don't, exercise or, practice safe lifting techniques and all that other kind of good stuff.
Yep.
So, like, that's kind of just like a general biological ignorance right there. Um, the statement about, you're doing that to you're looking that way to get attention, you know, on its face, that's just kind of a ridiculous statement in and of itself, that's assumptive, and, the assumption is a pejorative in and of itself. But it's also assuming, heteronormativity, I am not interested in gents, but, that's not going to stop me from presenting as I do. So clearly, that breaks down very quickly.
Yeah,
So,
it's like saying you only put on makeup to appease men or to attract men. No,
mm-hmm,
you clearly don't know why people put on makeup.
mm-hmm. And so, that's a different form of ignorance in, a more socially engineered ignorance. And then, kind of dipping back to, the back pain one, as it turns out, when a body is used to existing in a current state, the body tends to be pretty good about adapting to that, especially when, it goes through the formative years expecting such a thing.
Yeah, like the human
So,
body is surprisingly adaptable.
if you, one of my actual influences in, how to, how to present in the manner in which I want to, well, is an old adult entertainment actress I'm not going to use the stage name. I'm going to use her actual name, Ms. Annie Hawkins Turner. And if you ever look at her, you will notice that her arms are very thick because she has to wrangle everything that she does on a daily basis. Turns out when you have to manipulate, that amount of body mass on the regular, with your arms are going to become strong because they have to deal with this as a regular thing. They will do that to compensate. That's something that, the body, you know, accommodates. Oh,
Yeah,
this is a situation. I am going to adapt to this.
that's something that people don't realize either, that even though people have like bigger bodies, plus size bodies, you kind of
Mhm.
need the muscle mass to actually move that as well. So like
Mhm.
bigger bodies are not just body fat. They also tend to have more muscle than
Yep.
an average body size person that doesn't even work out.
Go ahead and call any given sumo wrestler unfit, and I'll be over here with popcorn selling tickets.
Oh yeah, yeah. Go arm wrestle any bigger person. See how that works out.
So, with that all being in mind, I want to pose as a representation of, exceptionally sized, but also family friendly, because I want to break that stigma of large chests being strictly associated with sex and sexuality. It's like, can you include that in your interest or your personal activities? Absolutely. Should that be the default? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
And
I have
another.
problem with assuming defaults of people. That's why I kind of push back against gender norms, that kind of thing.
Mhm. Like another personal story that I have is, and on the one hand, I've told this story before. On the other hand, it kind of gets into PL territory. So I'm just going to say that a now infamous publisher, uh, I was working on well, not exactly working. I volunteered for their moderation duties for their community, and my mother, my actual, meat space mother, is, is chesty. And at the time, this was over a decade ago, maybe not over, but around a decade ago, she was volunteering at a local elementary school. And all of the faculty and, the kids absolutely adored her because, she was very kind, she was very helpful, she helped people all over the place. Like they actually gave her an award. Like she got like a little, badge out of it, of the whole thing for being a volunteer at an elementary school, which doesn't tend to
Nice.
happen. And so this individual looks at my, profile image avatar, which was, large but completely covered, non-provocative posture, very conservative dress, and started giving me grief about that, saying you need to change that. There are children here. So I relayed that story about my mother to him to kind of, all right, I am trying to be diplomatic with you, quote unquote, boss, about why this doesn't really hold water, and pointed out that if this statement about you can't be chesty and be around children just as a default, then that's an entire school that would suffer for the lack of my mother's involvement. And to hold this position is to hold a position of ignorance. And he completely blew right past me, ignored me, and told me to change it anyway. No lessons learned. I quit immediately.
Yeah, some people just can't even accept when you bring up actual reasons why they're wrong. They just want to have it their way and they don't want to be questioned.
Mm-hmm. I will say that this individual later got hit with scandal, so
Nice.
guess the lousy company.
Um, Amazon.
Oh, I wish. I wish I could put Amazon on blast, but no.
Yeah,
No, no,
I
no, no,
honestly
no.
don't know.
I did say publisher. I'll tell you about it once we're off of here, but
Okay,
for PL reasons, I don't think I should commit it to public record, you know?
fair enough, fair enough. Hey, Shala.
Hey there, Shala. I did see your interview. So yeah, that's kind of, one of my big passions about it. It's like I've always been passionate about, wanting to change the social dogma regarding, things that are, you know, kind of dumb regarding, bodily autonomy and whatnot. And, I have found that there is, an indescribable degree of ignorance that goes into it. You can find the stories about how, a staffer had to teach a United States senator about how menstruation works to have, a very easy to point to example of how much ignorance there is about, the way an individual's body works, particularly if they're a lady. And, it all does come down, I feel, to ignorance and the abuse of that ignorance in one manner or another. So I just kind of want to, preach some education and try to make some headway against that.
Yeah, yeah, I can get that. Who is this? This is Frenea, a streamer we met at the Prideathon stream. We're
Hello,
getting all
hello.
set up. Why's my chat being weird? It's not showing the right size. Oh, wait, no, I know why. But yeah, is there... Can we really add more to this?
I feel like that's about all I had to say on the subject. I told my 3 big stories about the matter that kind of illustrated from different perspectives. Because it's definitely not a new thing. And, the first time I ran into it, it was very disheartening. I'm actually very, very happy that, since becoming a VTuber and showing folks, my presentation, I've had pretty much universal response of everyone saying like, "Oh, you're absolutely lovely. You're gorgeous. You look so good." And I was actually very nervous about that at first because I figure I was going to once again be the subject of ignorance and hateful remarks based on that ignorance, but a lot of people have just been, looking past that and, just saying you look good and just kind of leaving it at that as opposed to, over fixating on something and being judgmental about it. And that's something I very, very appreciate. So I would like to have other, folks be able to present as, as I am choosing to do so and, not be lambasted for
And not being
expressing
expected to
themselves.
be like... relating to the sexual side of things, even though they're actually not. People just
Right, it's like
assume it because big
it,
boob.
like an individual, if someone, finds identity in having a large chest, that doesn't inherently make them sexual. And, I want folks to be able to be comfortable in presenting large, but also, not be under attack for it.
Yeah, like most people are just trying to live their lives. Surprisingly, it's kind of the problem with putting people into boxes and like
Mm-hmm.
trying to assume roles or put roles onto people just because of their body kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a surprisingly broader topic than just like plus size chests or gender roles. It applies more broadly than I expected when actually looking into it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And
Subverting
like,
expectations done right? True.
thank you. It's like if we want to talk about, the ignorance that, one is left with, you know, I'm openly trans. When I was very young and, I was being raised the other way, uh, I can definitely say this. Uh, what education I did get about how to behave, as a young man and all that other kind of thing, borderline didn't happen. You know what let me ask you this one, Briley. What
Shoot.
is a date?
A date?
A
Type
date.
type of fruit.
Okay, not that type. You know what I mean.
It's a mark on a calendar. I'm sorry, you're asking an aromantic person. I know what you mean. Like
I just
an
want your
intimate event between one or between two or potentially more people where the express intent is to develop a romantic relationship.
I would say you can take the develop a romantic relationship off of there, but uh
Well, I
to
mean, when
potentially
people are doing
cultivate
that
one.
for like they call that friend dates when they're developing a platonic relationship.
Oh, are they actually
Then
doing that these days? All right, well that's on me, I guess.
yeah,
My point my point is
it's kind of implied through society that all dates are leading towards a romantic relationship, even though that's not exactly true.
so when I was young, all I had to understand what is a date was stuff that I learned on daytime television.
Yeah, like TV.
So my interpretation of what is a date when I was in high school and, in that realm of, oh, I should be doing this, I guess, was a date is something that you go on with someone that you love and that love happens at first sight.
Oh yes, love at first sight. That one is
You can,
common.
it, so there are a lot of problems with that, love at first sight, first of all, farce. Thank you, Steven Universe, for being a show brave enough to call it as such.
True.
But also, I was never actually told what a date is by any of the adults in my life. So I grew up thinking that I had to want to be with someone already before I could go on a date. I never understood that a date was supposed to be basically a compatibility test.
Yeah, honest, kind of. Huh. I don't know.
Like,
I haven't really done dating in forever. I just kind of do hookups these days.
sure. And, I'm not saying there's anything, wrong with that or any other whatnot, but
Yeah,
I
I'm
didn't
just
have
being
anything
honest.
go.
Dating
No,
is kind of a world I'm so outside of, kind of.
I think from this story you can tell that I'm kind of outside of it as well, but for probably a different reason.
Yeah, probably.
So, it wasn't even until like my later 20s where I even had that kind of epiphany of, oh, wait, this is why this didn't even work right. And it occurred to me that a lot of the ladies that I knew were kind of getting that information of you go on a date to figure out if you like this person or whatever. And basically none of the gents that I knew were in on that. So it occurred to me that this is actually a gendered education subject in that, oh, this is going to be an important part of your life, young lady, because marriage and whatever. Whereas, young men were not being given this education. And in my case, it led me astray because it almost ruined a friendship of mine by virtue of, thinking something was a date, but it wasn't, and that made, the lady that, I fancied uncomfortable because from her perspective, from the entire time, we had a platonic relationship. But, those kinds of lines were not drawn in my head because I had no reason to think in those terms. I had no foundation to build upon. So, when it comes to, matters of uh you know, gender and presentation and all that whatnot. I'm just going to say that broadly speaking, our education systems are incredibly lacking in providing, comprehension and, you know, how to be socially graceful regarding such things. It's like, okay, what is a date? Okay, the person looks like this. How do you treat them? What do you think about how to treat them? What do you think about how their life and living conditions are given by, you know, the way that they present, the way they carry themselves, or the way they're physically composed, all that other kind of thing. I find that those things don't actually come up a lot, and I wish those things would. So I just kind of want to put that thought in folks' minds,
I mean, there might be a market for content of that. People actually offering that kind of insight, because I know there's a bunch of people that offer some form of that kind of insight, but it doesn't actually lead to helpful areas. It just leads to essentially what seems to be a perpetuation of the system rather than trying to build it in a better direction.
Well, I suppose the possibility for that exists, but I will be entirely honest here. While I may be incredibly lacking in the financial territory, I kind of find myself galled at the idea of appealing to it as a market.
I mean, you got to appeal to some kind of market as a content creator.
That's kind of my thing.
Later.
I'm a little too I'm a little too socialist to think of things in markets, I suppose.
Well, I mean, work with the system we're in, right? Because I want to build towards a socialist utopia too. We just can't do that in our lifetime. We got to focus on ways that we can turn this current system into a slightly better one that can hopefully lead towards socialism eventually. How do I argue for
I have
like
every
a
confidence we will get there. It's just a matter of how long and how many struggles are going to be there along the way. Absolutely.
oh, true.
I'm just kind of over here in the headspace of, grr, I don't like these rules.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm totally grr. I don't like that. I have to sell my labor, but work with the systems we got.
Anyhow. So yeah, that's my big soapbox subject, I suppose.
Those are always fun to get into, aren't they?
Hmm. Oh, by the way, just as a thing regarding the thing you were watching earlier prior to my showing up, I'm just going to throw a shout out to the legacy of maybe not the person. I don't know. I couldn't speak about the person themselves, but the legacy of Sailor Bubba.
What?
You never knew about Sailor Bubba?
No. Is this
Really?
referring to the drag video that I was playing?
Yes.
Okay.
basically big hairy dude who would cosplay as Sailor Moon and had a big Sailor Moon scepter that he would brandish like a club and stand in
Based.
imposing postures for.
We need more of that. Like Dad Bod Rapunzel, who is just
Like
like
there was
his
it was
entire design is literally a bearded dude with the dad bod wearing a Sailor Moon outfit.
right. It's like as soon as you started mentioning that, I was like, oh yeah, Sailor Bubba. I remember. I remember Sailor Bubba. Sailor Bubba was fun.
Yeah, and there are people that are like, that is inherently sexual. It's like,
And I was like, nah.
nah, bro, nah. People just be so goddamn dumb.
It really all does come down to ignorance, ultimately.
Yeah, and that ignorance where they don't actually know of stuff, they don't learn, they don't look into things, just kind of leads them to jump to their own conclusions, causing problems.
So yeah, ultimately, I would say fight the ignorance, educate, and critical think.
Yeah, the hard part is how do you get people to want to get that education? How do you get people to start to think critically? It's a very hard question to answer. For me, I try to do it a little subtly, so to speak, with my content. Get people to start
I'm
thinking about things a little more passively, at least, with just listening to my videos.
Now, this might be a bit hypocritical on my part, seeing as how I don't engage in, uh, social discussion, we'll call it, on my own streams and whatever, because, as I've stated, I want my space to be, kind of supportive of that, but not but not, what's the word? Uh, but not dwelling upon such things because I
I
want
like
my
focusing on it.
I want my territory to be, kind of like a resting space, a resting safe space for those, doing the good work, fighting the good fight.
Yeah, I get that.
So, like, it might be a bit rich for me to say this, but I'm reminded of a certain author whose name I cannot remember in the moment, who delivered the wonderful, wonderful line of, I know writers who use subtext. They're all cowards.
Nice. Well, here's the thing. A lot of people don't want to actively engage or talk with political subjects. A lot of people, they just want to make goofy videos online. They just want to spread positivity. They just want to spread fun. And I
Right.
feel that a lot of people kind of lean into that just a little too much. It's not inherently wrong to do that, but I think that too many people turn away talking about this kind of stuff with their content. It's kind of what drives me to make the content I make.
Like I definitely do respect what you're doing in being more overt about the matter. For me, I'm kind of trying to, I suppose, in a roundabout way, kind of lead by example of, all right, I'm going to present you with an example of a say-so individual who does not, whose existence does not support the stereotypes or, the ignorant line. So I want folks to kind of, go, hey, wait a minute, I say this, but then this lady isn't like that at all. It's like it'll happen, I'm not saying it's going to happen with everyone, but, influences do occur.
Oh yeah, there's definitely there is room for people that are like, not really overtly political, but they kind of have their leanings, their biases that I would personally agree with, let's say. And it doesn't require like every single person being lockstep, let's talk politically. It The big thing that really is what sells it for me, I guess, is the phrasing, but it's the people that are we don't really want to talk about politics, but we're going to be friendly with the people that do talk politics with the politics we agree. And then
How's
that
it?
kind of helps spread that thinking in order to get, more people interested in, I don't know, let's say socialism, let's say treating each other like people.
Yeah, the education hard sell definitely has its place, and I do support it. For me, I just kind of harken back to a moment that I had when I was younger in my teens. Surprise, surprise, I was ignorant and dumb. Still dumb, less ignorant. Uh,
Same.
but at the time, I would in fact use slurs that were, unkind to gay folks back then. And then one day I just kind of stopped and went, wait, that's kind of thought of as like kind of a mean thing to say. Have they actually done anything like actually wrong collectively? I feel like this is actually kind of a broad, swath to paint. Like there's probably some individuals, but as a collective, I don't know anything of this, so that I should probably stop saying this. So
Well,
I
I
just kind
mean,
of I suppose that in my own way I'm trying to encourage that moment of, that moment of epiphany. I don't like using the word epiphany because of its religious associations, but I struggle to have, I suppose like that moment of clarity. That moment of clarity. I'll go with clarity.
for me, it wasn't really a specific moment of clarity. It was just kind of thinking, sure, it was funny at the time, but what really was the point of those jokes? The jokes were, or the point of the joke was gay people. And it just kind of lost its edge to me. I got bored of it, so I just kind of naturally moved away from that. Though I will not deny that Venture Bros has made me laugh really hard off of the use of the F slur. And I do
Mhm.
use it from time to time, though not as frequently. And when I do use slurs, it's usually it's not usually it's the only it's only the times where it's something that would reflect me. It's something that would be something that people used against me, not just haphazardly randomly throwing around slurs because they're funny. But no, maybe I want to make an actual point, get a point across a bit harder. I'm going to use something that's going to grab people's attention a little harder. But
Right. Something
I'm not going to be
particularly
disparaging other people while I do it.
something that is particularly contextually charged.
Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not for
In a way, in
everybody.
a way,
It's a
in a way,
diversity tactic.
it draws attention to how, repulsive the terms are when, used in a manner that shows them in, the light they truly deserve.
Yeah. And it can really be hard to toe that line as well. Cuz like if you're
Oh,
using it
definitely.
about other people, it can constitute hate speech. You're using it about yourself, it can be constituting reclamation of the term.
Hmm.
It's a gray area. I
Yeah,
haven't
this is why
actually
I just
gotten
kind
any
this.
problems with it yet, and I've said some spicy stuff. Let's say that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with not using it ever.
Totally
I'm kind
fair.
of over in the headspace of I just don't do things that I don't think highly of, and I wonder why others seem to struggle with this.
Yeah, no, I get that. Part of me that does that does want to use those slurs in the way that I do is also part of trying to take away the edge of people just hearing them randomly. Not to like desensitize them to the point where it doesn't even matter, but to the point where I have a lot of, I'm going to use the term overly sensitive community members. I will say that. But I can do what I can to help, you know, I hate this term, toughen them up a bit towards hate that comes their way using those words. So if they can get to the point where they're not cringing every time I say it about me, it'll give them a bit better of a chance during a situation where it's going to be said directly to them in a very negative way. And if I can help them get that little bit of, maybe they can take a breath and then think about the situation a little clearer there rather than just getting immediately triggered over the word, I think that's a positive thing to lead towards.
There's something to be said about preparing for a worst case scenario.
Yeah, you prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
As I said, this is definitely not, a path I would choose for it, but it doesn't sound like your intentions are poor at the least, so, whatever.
Yeah, I am kind of utilitarian, like the ends justify the means, so like as long as I'm minimizing harm done overall, I can justify stuff.
Yeah, I'm firmly in the camp of if we take any means to achieve an ends, then what have we really achieved? I'm kind of in that camp.
Which, I mean, I can understand. But then there are times where it can be like you don't really get much choice of being able to take the moral position. There's sometimes you have to compromise those morals just to keep going with your stuff. It's definitely a gray area. Not everybody loves to talk about it.
I'm very, very strongly neurodivergent. I'm almost certainly autistic, and that's only one thing that I can mention. But I will say that it does allow me to paint things in very clear terms to myself. This is dumb. I'm not doing it.
Fair enough. And like I said, diversity of tactics. Not everybody has to do the exact same thing in order to work towards the same goals. As long as we're not trying to cut each other down, right?
Hmm.
But I do think I would like to be ending stream pretty soon. I've got to go to the bathroom that I've been holding in. But it's been so lovely to talk with you again. Would you like to shout yourself out for the end of the video?
I think I might be able to manage that. Um, so I am, for now, once again, Forneia, and I am available on Twitch. I do streams pretty regularly there. I will be streaming SMZ3 tomorrow. I do that quite regularly. I actually have a collaboration with a friend of mine tomorrow. Prior to that, so it's gonna be a busy day for me. Other things that I don't know. I mostly stream video games because I might be good at them. Maybe. I'm told that. Evidently, people get impressed when I tell them that I can clear Comic Zone in under 26 minutes.
I'm going to assume that's impressive. I don't actually know.
You should play the game sometime. I think it's a lot of fun.
I should, huh?
But yeah, so I mostly play video games, but I'm also trying to branch out. I've actually been looking into reading novels on stream.
Oh,
and
really?
the big thing there is, you're not supposed to publicly read something like that in a space if you do not own the rights to it. In which case,
Makes sense, I guess.
my line of thought is, so then public domain is okay, right?
Yes, public domain would be totally okay there.
And that's why I'm looking into things like The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I was thinking more. I was going to go with Pride and Prejudice, but
You don't think there's pride and prejudice in Winnie and the Pooh? You're just not thinking critically enough.
I'll bear that in mind.
I see what you did there. Bear that in mind.
Ah. I will. Oh dear. Now, like I had a rebuttal there, but now my brain is just scrambled.
I'm sorry.
But that kind of thing. And it's like, okay, let's keep away from the classic, Greek literature. That's a little above my content level. But there's options. I think there's a lot of things around, like the 1900s and whatnot that are, still very, formative works. It's like, oh, around Halloween, I might read like, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, for example.
Exactly. There is so much available out there in the public domain. People just usually don't think about it.
Right. And, part of it is because, one, I don't want to just do video games, but also I will freely admit I am nowhere near as well read as I wish I were. A lot of people seem to think that I am well read because of the manner in which I speak and, my disposition on a lot of things. No, that's just me being, a neurodivergent oddball. So I suppose I'm just building up to build up my true form in that sense.
I get that. Anyways, it has been an absolute pleasure to talk with you again.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here again.
Thank you for coming on, and I have to get running. Oh, 5-hour stream, go me.
Congratulations. I usually do 6.
Mine vary. I wasn't actually expecting. I wasn't sure how long I was going to be going today.
Well, have a good run, and thank you for having me.
And thank you again for coming on. I will talk with you again.
Sounds good. Bye.
Bye-bye. Seriously, lovely chat with Frenea. You definitely should check her out. Shouldn't I pull up her accounts? Yes. But, well, she doesn't really use Twitter very much, so I'm just going to link you guys her Twitch. That'll also be in the video. Okay, I do gotta get running. Holy crap. Oh my god, it's been like 2 weeks since my last stream. It felt like longer. Thank you all for tuning in. I will catch you all again. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. We will see.